Want me to copy? Is that what you're saying?
If others need.
Good evening. I'd like to call the Budget and Appropriations Committee to order at 6:50. I have one piece of business on the docket tonight from the docket of December 17th, 2019. I entertain a motion to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $95,462.68 from account 1000-359000 undesignated fund balance free cash general government to the following: $8,935.74 to A4220070-530500 system-wide maintenance of buildings, contracted services, school to fund the repair of Brennan Middle School backup generator injector pump, $14,603.82 to A4220070-587395 system-wide maintenance of buildings, improvement to HVAC to fund the repairs to the Hill Roberts School HVAC system. $20,774 to account A4220070-587054, system-wide maintenance of buildings, boiler replacement repair to fund repairs at the Coelho Middle School boiler. $26,900 to A4220070-587054, system-wide maintenance of buildings, boiler repair, replacement repair to fund the repair to the AHS number 5 boiler. $6,755 to N2423040-530500, METTAB contracted services, school to fund the repair of the power shear machine in the CTE welding program. $5,600.40 to N2425040-530500 graphic arts contracted services, school to fund the repair of the folding machine in the CTE graphic arts program. $11,833.72 to A4220070-530500 system-wide maintenance of buildings, contracted services, school to fund the repair of the steam line failure in an AHS classroom.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Kobus. So the district has encountered numerous failures since the start of the school year, which have required immediate maintenance response to preserve the health and the safety of the students. So Deb Gould was in. Deb Gould was in communication to determine the best accounts for reimbursements. So it's important, and I think we kind of saw this a little bit in the fall with the boiler issues here. Deb Gould is in communication with any purchase order that comes down. Any sort of PO that will come down, Deb Gould has been involved one way or another. So, and she sees everything before payment is authorized. So, I have the list of all the repairs. This goes pretty much in depth for a motion, so I do appreciate that. It's really kind of straightforward. These repairs were done, they were needed repairs, and we just need to do the transfers and pay the bills. Richard.
So, Council Waterman and I attended a school resource committee meeting last month and kind of had a heads up that this was coming down the pike.
Yep.
It's a shame to have to be spending money on things that you know you're going to have to abandon, but you got to occupy them, you got to keep them up.
Sure.
And this is not the end of it.
No, and I think that's a good point, and especially with the new school coming online, we still have time before now and then. And if we don't take care of some of these, this 95,000 could easily be a couple $100,000. So this is something we need to take care of. So any other questions, thoughts, concerns?
When looking through this, there was only one item that I saw that I was concerned about, and that was the boiler, fixing the boiler at the high school.
Mm-hmm.
The fixes for the CTE programs, my expectation is that those will, when they move the equipment over to the new high school, will be moved over. So I wasn't overly concerned about that.
Yeah. No, I think that's a fair point. I certainly have the expectation that we will see a lot of those pieces of equipment.
If I may, the Hill Roberts HVAC is destined to be replaced. So, but you got to patch it up and keep it going until you can replace it.
Oh, sure.
You know,
I was thinking along the lines of the new high school.
Right.
Yeah, I think the council's concern was AHS number 5, not so much, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hill Roberts, but
Correct.
I mean, it's we're saying the same thing. These repairs have to get done.
since I spent 2 hours reading the capital improvement plan today, it's fresh in my mind.
Yeah,
But if you look at the Hill Roberts and the Hyman Fine and the Wamsutta and Brennan and the high school and all the schools, you see that there's a long list of capital improvements that's scheduled, not just urgent, but priority 1, 2, and 3, because they're taking a long look out, which is what that plan's supposed to be. So a lot, I think, of things that we're gonna see doing repairs of are things that are in that plan, but we're not going to replace them because they're very, very expensive.
right.
Until we're 2 or 3 years out.
Yeah, and I think that's a fair point. I had a chance to kind of peruse some of it, and I think that some of these, and you know better than I, that some of these out of threes, by this time next year very well could be an urgent. So
Exactly.
it's important that when these things come up, we're nimble enough to address them, so. Thank you both for your comments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. I would look to adjourn at 6:55.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned at 6:55. Thank you. You can talk again.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. Call the council meeting to order at 7:01. I'm going to ask the scouts to come up and lead us in a salute to the flag this evening. Come on down and please stand and join us in a salute to our flag.
Scott salute.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Requires a roll call vote, and we'll begin with Councilor Blair.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Mrs. DeSimone,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waterman,
Yes.
Vice President Jackson.
Yes.
Mr. Delicio.
Yes.
Mr. Cobus.
Yes.
Ms. Dolan.
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes.
Ms. Holmes.
Yes.
President Cooper.
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes. At this time, Mr. Withers, would you kindly read the notice of the Section 3.4 hearing?
Yes, this is a Charter Section 3.4 hearing pertaining to the mayor's suspension of traffic study chair Joseph Caponigo.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask the mayor to come forward and Mr. Caponegro to come forward now, or you can give your testimony after, if you'd like. The ground rules for this evening are the mayor is going to provide testimony before the council and before the public as requested by Mr. Caponegro. And Mr. Mayor, you can proceed with your reading of the charter to level set why we're here tonight.
Very good.
That would be great.
All right, thank you, Mr. President, and through you, thank you to the council. Tonight, we're here for an administrative hearing with respect to the dismissal of Joe Caponigo from the Traffic Study Commission. And as part of that, I'm going to start just by reading the removal of officials, Section 3.4 of the city charter. The mayor may, in writing, suspend any officer who receives his appointment from the mayor, and in such case he shall at once report his actions and his reasons therefore to the municipal council. That has been done. The suspension of any officer shall, in 15 days after such a report is made, be a removal unless within that time the officer whose removal is sought asks for a hearing before the mayor and the municipal council. That has also been done. Such a hearing shall forthwith be granted and shall be public. That is being done right now. After the conclusion of the hearing, the mayor shall determine whether the suspension is justified, and the officer shall at once be reinstated or removed. So this hearing is not a hearing to adjudicate any matters. It's a hearing at the request of Mr. Caponigo, and with that, I invite Mr. Caponigo to come up and say what you'd like to say.
Certainly will.
I get tongue tied. I'm not a good public speaker. Mr. Mayor, Mr. President Cooper, councilors, I usually speak off the cuff, but because I want to cover quite a few items, I did write things down. And so, but as I'm speaking, feel free to interrupt my speech to ask me any questions or any clarifications. But basically, and I buy cheap glasses, so I have to put my reading glasses on. But my name is Joseph Caponigo, and I've lived at 903 Pike Avenue for the past 43 years and have been a resident of the city of Attleboro since 1972. I received 2 letters from the mayor requesting my resignation from the Traffic Study Commission, of which I've been a member since 2007. The letters also stated that if I did not resign, I would be suspended and ultimately removed from the position. The letters also stated that if I chose, I could request a hearing before the mayor and the city council. However, in both letters it stated that, and I quote, the outcome would be the same. And I wish to read from the first letter. It says, as such, I'm asking for your resignation from the Traffic Study Committee. I hope that you submit that resignation to me at the time you receive this letter. If not, I'll invoke Section 3.4 of the City Charter, which after that public process is completed, the outcome will be the same. So I requested this hearing knowing that the outcome probably would be the same, but just to bring it out to the public about this section of the 3.4 of the city charter and how it affects any volunteer member or any other appointee. The first letter also stated the reasons for my suspension and ultimate removal, and that was read, and it read, and I quote, "I am displeased with a number of specific issues I've observed with you on the committee, and more globally, I think there are too many ideological differences between us to merit a continued place for you in my administration." When I first became a member of the Traffic Study Commission and I took my oath, nowhere did it say that I was told that I had to support the goals or agenda of the mayor or the administration. Under the ordinance of the city, it reads that the Traffic Study Commission is under the supervision and control of the mayor, but it does not say that I have to have the same ideology of the mayor. A recent article in the Attleboro Sun, however, did quote the mayor as asking for volunteers for various commissions and boards that said, and I quote, "This is an opportunity for me," being the mayor saying that, "in a key role to support goals of my administration moving Attleboro forward," he said in a press release. I was also taken back by that article because I haven't even been removed from the Traffic Study Commission yet, and part of the article read that there were openings in the Traffic Study Commission. So again, my fate was almost predetermined. If you have to conform to the ideology of the mayor, then that's an injustice, I think, to any citizen of Attleboro, and especially any future appointees of Attleboro. And the council should consider that when appointees are brought forward. My understanding in becoming a member of the Traffic Study Commission or any other commission or board was that I was supposed to discuss issues brought forward to the Traffic Study Commission with other members of the commission. Then the Traffic Study Commission was to make recommendations on what was, if I was considered to be in the best interest of the city of Attleboro as a whole, not just a particular group, an individual, or a city official. We're making decisions for the citizens of Attleboro. We shouldn't be guided in having to make those decisions. If appointees are only supposed to do their own thinking unless the mayor, who's the appointing authority and also has the authority to remove a person, deems otherwise, then it would be a disservice to the citizens of Attleboro. The mayor is not always wrong, but neither is the mayor always right. I feel a mayor should respect and consider all views of any commission and boards. Neither is a commission or board always right, but not always wrong either. A mayor should consider opposing views as they may or may not be better for the citizens of the city and the city itself. On any issue I consider while on the Traffic Study Commission, I always spoke for what I thought would be in the best interest of the citizens in the city as a whole. I have not been and never will be a yes man to anybody. That's not my position in life. When we vote on a recommendation, it's voted on by the commission and it's forwarded to the appropriate person asking for our recommendation, or such as is quite often with the council. This is the way that boards and commissions are supposed to work. Having multiple members on any board or commission, such as the council itself, I should introduce also, is so that diverse views and opinions can be made and not have one person or entity making those decisions or recommendations for the citizens or the city as a whole. Please don't get upset when I say this, but this is America. We do not live in a foreign country that one must comply with the person in charge or you're gone. My way or the highway is not the American way. It may be a political way, but it's not an American way. It appears to me that the mayor is the appointing authority, and one of our ideological differences include that I should support any of his proposals, goals, and agenda without question. Or if not, as is happening now, I am being removed from my position on the Traffic Study Commission. This being the case, I think my removal or any other appointee's removal I consider to be a disservice to the citizens of Attleboro. and I'm not speaking just individually for myself, I'm speaking for all members of any commission, any board that comes under such charter removal. The section 3.4 of the city charter should be changed so that the mayor cannot be the judge, jury, and executioner. Under this section, if a person being suspended and removed by the mayor requests a hearing, it should be a vote of the city council that determines whether or not that person is removed or reinstated. In fact, I question whether this section is actually constitutional or not, because it's giving one person that power to be a judge, jury, and executioner. And I'm a volunteer in the city of Attleboro. I'm not bound by any contract or any employment agreement or anything like that. Having said that, having the same person as judge, jury, and executioner of a person is wrong unless it is provided in such a contract as we do have with employees and whatnot. I urge the city council or any other group to take the necessary steps to change this portion of the charter so that if a person requests in a hearing being suspended, it is the city council that has the final say of whether to remove or reinstate. And I may repeat this later on, and this isn't in my type, but I think I have later on. You are our elected officials to represent us, the citizens. You should be the judge. 11 people making the judgment whether an appointee or any other person has done right or wrong, not one person that has an ideological difference. This whole situation is a typical example of where I believe the citizens must be protected from the facets of the city itself. I've said that in other hearings. There are times that the city steps on the citizens. This is one purpose of the citizens electing the city council, as I just mentioned. You are our representatives and ultimately have the job of protecting us from the city itself at times. I also in closing, I also wish to request that at this hearing, that any member of the Traffic Study Commission also be allowed to speak, as those are the people I have worked with most closely, and they are the ones that know best the inner workings of the Traffic Study Commission. I also want to take time at this hearing to thank all those who publicly supported me in my positions, whether it was in the Sun Chronicle, online, or many verbal discussions. There were many of the discussions that I saw, especially that was in the Attleboro Sun, especially by, I think it was Bill Gouveia, that expressed my sentiments to the T. No citizen, no volunteer citizen should be removed from a volunteer or an appointed position just for disagreeing with the mayor. As I said earlier, this is America. We have a right to disagree. Diversity is part of government. Again, I wish to urge the council or any citizens group to have section 3.4 of the city charter changed so that no appointee suspension or removal in the future is at the sole discretion of the mayor or any other singular person. A city council majority vote or even a 2/3 vote should be required to make that final judgment to remove or reinstate a person. In closing, and I know I might have said some things that the mayor doesn't like, but in closing, I hope the mayor puts our ideological differences aside and understand that through my entire time in the commission, I've always acted, discussed, and voted for what I thought would be in the best interests of the citizens of Attleboro as a whole. If he does not choose to remove me, if he does not and chooses to remove me, so be it. However, in the future, if another mayor would ask me to be a volunteer on a position on the Traffic Study Commission or any other commission or board within the city of Attleboro, I would gladly accept and continue to act in a manner that would service what I believe to be for the citizens of Attleboro as a whole, not any particular group or individual. Thank you. Are there any questions of me at this time?
At this time, I will go ahead and entertain anybody that would like to be part of Joe's testimony to come forward and speak either at the podium or where Joe is speaking now. Either's fine.
The podium mic isn't working.
Yeah,
so
the
I'll
podium
stand.
mic doesn't work because we've got it connected to the table, so they'll have to come to the table at this time if they want
Questions for Mr.
to.
Kaplan?
And, oh,
Yeah, council members may ask questions of Joe as well.
Joe,
if they'd
you know,
like.
let's do that first and then move on to traffic study. So did Council Delicio and then Waterman.
Thank you, Mr. Caponegro. Thank you for your words. Question for you. You mentioned that in the letter there was mention of specific issues. Have you ever been made aware of what those specific issues are?
No, there's speculation on what they may have been, but I was never notified of anything that was of a specific issue.
Okay, thank you.
Council Waterman and then Blair.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council.
I was going to ask a similar question, but you implied that you were, that you thought there might be certain issues. Is there anything that you would like to share that might have been an issue?
I can only share what was in the newspaper. I know the mayor and I disagreed over the Beagle Club Road situation. The Traffic Study Commission, of which I was chairman, disagreed with the remarks in the Sun Chronicle that the Traffic Study Commission dropped the ball. We felt it could have been handled in a much more better way. It could have just been said that I disagree with their conclusion. And so that's one of the reasons that we wrote the letter to the council explaining why we took the position we did, and that's public record. And then the only other thing that I didn't even think of until I saw it in the paper was my testimony on the stretch energy code. But I also want to mention at this time, there are many things that I agree with some councilors, I disagree with some councilors. But once there's a vote, you support the vote. It doesn't always go the way you want it, but you learn to live with it. And if it's a vote of the traffic study, if it's a recommendation of the Traffic Study Commission or a vote of the council on the stretch energy code, I've accepted it. That's part of the American way. What you don't like, you vote against it the next time. And if it gets voted again the same way, hey, that's the American way. It's a vote of the citizens or of the councilors of the time. I hope that answered.
Well, that answers the question wonderfully, in my opinion. And we've privately expressed these views with each other about the stretch code.
Yeah.
Mark.
Yeah.
Mr. President, as the administrative hearing, as the hearing officer in this, you and I have been over this with the city solicitor. This is my time to, refer to council members. Is a pre-agreed upon, process with this. So it would be appropriate for me to be calling the council members. I suspect that you might be in the habit of doing that as the council president, but as a hearing officer for this, that would be my role.
Well, I thought we
rules have
agreed to
been
doing it joint.
The administrative hearing was something that I was going to
So
be
then
running.
fine, Mayor, call who you like.
It would be the same person, but to
Call
respect
who you
the
like.
process.
No,
I would
I'll-
appreciate a little respect to respect the process
You're
as
in
well.
my chamber, Mayor.
Right now, the
and-
rules are suspended. This is an administrative hearing. We talked about this with the city solicitor.
Mayor, I'm not arguing with you right now.
That's right, because we already talked about this.
So call who you would like to speak next, and I think there were some questions for you from, I think, Mr. Delicio and Mr. Kobus. That was the order I had.
Ms. Blaze.
I'm going to address this to Mr. Caponegro, and you can take it for what it's worth, Mr. Mayor. I've known Joe a lot longer than I've known you.
Is this a question or is it a statement? Because we're only entertaining questions.
Joe, when you were appointed to the board, who approved your appointment?
I believe it was Mayor Dumas, but it could have been Mayor Robbins at the time. It was 2007, and quite honestly, I forgot who was mayor in
The
2007.
mayor sent it down, but this honorable body
Oh, yes,
approved
I'm
your
sorry.
appointment.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't understand it.
So, I feel that you have the right, and you can say what you want, Mr. Mayor. I've spent 20 years in this semicircle, and I deserve the right to speak. Thank you.
Any other members of the council like to ask questions? Mr. Kobus?
Mr. Caponegro, the last time you were appointed, who appointed you on the Traffic Study Commission?
I was reappointed, I was put in for reappointment last January, I believe, and it was Mayor Haro that put me in for reappointment, and it was the council, as Mr. Blair, that reappointed me, actually approved the appointment, reappointment.
Okay. And you've been on the Traffic Study Commission for 13 years, I believe, right?
2007 was my first year.
In that time, have you ever seen one of these hearings before?
No.
Or is this the first time you've seen that?
In fact, when I was writing the letter to, as far as request a hearing, I asked who to address it to, and nobody, there was no specific person, so that's why I addressed the letter both to President Cooper, Mayor Haro, and City Clerk Steve Withers.
And then my last question was just, so you're now, or you were the chairperson of the Traffic Study Commission, correct?
Yes.
And for my own education, can you describe how you become the chairperson?
It was about 5 years ago. I believe I've been chair for 5 years. I believe there are members of the Traffic Study Commission that could, correct me on this, but I believe it was Tom O'Brien, a former police officer in town, was the chairman at the time. And he resigned from the commission, and at that time, I think that's how I was elected chairman. Quite honestly, I can't exactly remember that.
So is it an election of your peers that they vote to name you chairperson?
Yes, it was an election of the voting members of the Traffic Study Commission. The Traffic Study Commission consists of 6 appointed citizens of the city of Attleboro, and the superintendent of the Department of Public Works is also a voting member by the city ordinance calls for that. There are also 2 other members. There is the chief of police or his representative, and there is the chairperson of the traffic committee. Those are, I believe they're referred to as ex-officials. They are non-voting members.
Thank you.
And I might have missed one, but
DPW.
Does the council have any other questions?
Clarity, Mayor, I think the other ex officio is the DPW.
I believe that's true, yes, Mike Tyler, yes.
no, he's actually a voting member.
He's a voting
of the
member?
ordinance, yeah.
Who's the third?
I'd have to ask, but we actually looked into that, 4 or 5 years ago. It was discovered that the DPW superintendent is a voting member.
Okay.
Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. So, Mayor Haro, would you care to share in detail what the issue is? Because it seems very vague what the concern is. I'm hearing stretch code, I'm hearing Beagle Club Road, I'm hearing ideology differences, but usually for this to occur, I feel like there would be an event or something would happen to cause this, and it's a little bit baffling.
The city charter requires that I submit my reasons to the council, which I have done. I have also submitted those to Mr. Caponegro. This is not an adjudicative process. We're not adjudicating any reasons, judging any reasons. This hearing is about Mr. Caponegro's right to be heard in public. This is not about a review of my reasons for his dismissal. Charter does not allow for that. I read exactly what was in the charter. What other questions? Mr. DeLiso.
I have a couple, if you don't mind. First, as far as that is concerned, I understand what the charter says, but I think it could be open to interpretation. I think that in a situation like this, where we're seeing something that hasn't been done often to someone, especially someone like Mr. Caponegro, who served this city for decades with distinction and carried himself in a very professional, ethical manner, whether it's addressing the council as the chair of the Traffic Study Commission. And you said that you sent down the reasons, but it's still vague. There weren't any specifics, and I know this isn't an adjudication. However, I think that if we are going through this process, I think it would make sense for not just us, but the people here in attendance who are here with us on a Tuesday night to understand really what led us to this point.
I have nothing further to add than what I've already put in my written testimony and statements to the council and to Mr. Caponegro. What other questions does anybody have with the council? Mr. Lisa?
Mr. Caponegro, what are some of the measures that you have taken up as a member and as chair of the Traffic Study Commission?
We have taken up anything from stop signs to yield signs. One of the most recent thing was with the design of the new high school, and especially that rotary. We advocated for the flashing signs at the walks. We also advocated for a speed control, or speed calming, I believe it was put in. There are site issues where there is signage or shrubbery that is within the 30-foot setbacks that's required by the city ordinance. We address those when there's an accident. But especially stop signs have been a very big concern, and that has evolved since the time I was on there. When I was first on there, it was guided by a certain state requirement, but then it was found out that there was another requirement that superseded that. But we've gone to parking on the streets, moving parking spaces, as with the Beagle Club Road situation, as over here on a street right off of Park Street, there's a church. They wanted no parking in front of the church at one time. And I'm just going from memory. I'm certain. We actually also instituted, when I was first involved, we were unaware, or the traffic study was unaware, there are notes, which really aren't minutes of the meeting, but they're considered to be notes of the meeting, should have been filed with the city clerk. And we did update. I think I'd have to ask the secretary of the Traffic Study Commission how long, but you know, that we went back like 4 or 5 years and updated. That was an oversight that just was never looked at, you know, when I was first on the commission. But it's anything from parking, hours of parking, problems with people not being able to, you know, back out of their driveways on some of the smaller streets, and, you know, just a number of issues. Anything. One of the big issues that was on our docket for years was the light at the end of Thatcher Street and Rathbun-Willow Drive. And I think one of our recommendations, because there's going to be so much traffic going through there again, that light be put in place and be funded independently of the public works budget to protect the people, because there's going to be a lot more traffic out there. And that was one of the reasons I think we just made that as a recommendation in November or something like that. But and we also instituted, we haven't really, I say we because I haven't been removed yet, but we also instituted in subdivisions that the Traffic Study Commission should be looking at the signage and even proposed stop signs and whatnot in a subdivision. And we also proposed that be an expense that should be put on to the developer of the subdivision, not the city. The city shouldn't have to go in and put stop signs and yield signs and street signs in afterwards, because you know, things like that. But we did acknowledge or put forward that a stop sign in a subdivision is private until the subdivision streets are accepted by the city, you know, by the council and the city, and at that time there probably would have to be a public hearing to accept those stop signs. But those are just things that you know, quickly come into my head.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Kate. Councilor, I should say.
So you just earlier you said there was no specific issues that have been addressed as far as what the mayor has. So there's been no clear reason why you are being removed, correct?
We have had our discussions, our disagreements, especially going back to last January with the Beagle Club Road issue.
We always have disagreements.
Yeah, well,
always.
This was a little pointed. He barked at me and I barked back at him. That's all I
So
can
not
do.
much transparency, because we don't know really why you're being removed. There's no specific reason. In reality, there isn't, correct? That's the way I'm seeing it. I just don't, you know.
Well, you know, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I feel I have to bring it up. And the mayor can correct me about our conversation if it was wrong. Last January, and I've expressed this to some other councilors and to the members of the Traffic Study Commission, last January, I got a call from the mayor, the second week of January or so, and I thought it was, I didn't know the mayor, and I said, and I was up for reappointment, and I thought it was about the reappointment. And the conversation quickly turned into, why hasn't the Traffic Study Commission acted on Beagle Club Road proposals? And I explained it's been on our tabled for, it's been on our docket or our agenda for many years, but there's been various proposals and whatnot that have gone by, and everything was a little experimental at the time. And this went on for quite a few minutes, and the mayor was saying, why aren't you supporting mine? Mine was the best. I've talked to people, it's not everybody wins, not everybody wins, but, and this goes on for quite a while. And then all of a sudden, the mayor says to me, well, you know, I'm the appointing authority, and I can appoint who I want to these commissions. I knew what he was saying to me. I wasn't going to be up for reappointment, but and I quite honestly said back to him, I said, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I'm 68 years old. I serve on this commission to give back a little to the city of Attleboro. And if you don't want to reappoint me, don't. I think he got upset at me. I imagine you did, Mayor. You don't have to say yes or no, but that's, I think, started our disagreement. He barked at me again, I barked back.
So,
Let me add
follow-up.
to that. The one comment that you had said during that, which you just omitted right now, maybe just forgot it, was, Mayor, don't strong arm me.
I might have said that to Mayor, yes, I might
Yeah.
have.
The, you know, you said, just to be clear about that.
Thank you. Follow-up. So in your tenure being on the commission, has Mayor Haro ever attended one of your traffic study commission meetings?
No. I've been on 12 years, actually, Councilman, no, I've never seen him or can remember him being on at a meeting.
So today, you must have pretty much felt like I thought today was like. This is pretty much like what's been going on TV all day. President Trump's impeachment hearings, that's what I feel like I'm at right now, Joe. And I'm sorry for you. And I apologize that you're here. I apologize from all of us that you are going through this, especially.
Well,
Disrespectful, period. And I apologize because you are a volunteer. And volunteers don't come easy. And we're looking for tons of volunteers still right now, and I'm going to be very damn surprised if we get any more. You know, this is just not the way you treat
Councilor
somebody
Jackson, do you have a
volunteer.
comment
That's it.
or a question?
I'm done with that right now, Mayor, until I get to you.
Other councilors with questions? Councilor Reynolds?
Joe, if you don't mind, could you tell me in all the years that you've done things for the city, all the years that you've worked here in the city, not just as a owner, a business owner, and the things that you have done, provided for, not just on this committee, but other committees throughout the city, have you ever been told that you have been in any way disrespectful or out of line? I'm sure you have been told or have been said, I won't strong arm you, because that's a comment lots of people make to one another. But I am just going to ask you, have you ever been accused of being disrespectful to anyone?
I cannot say if I was ever, but to the best of my knowledge, I've never had such a disagreement. It's people, any of the commissions, or whether it be the youth basketball, the conservation I was on for, it was, you could agree to disagree, but you moved on from it.
You moved on, and you stayed doing what you were doing, whether it was coaching or whether it was being the chair of this committee or whatever, even when things did not go the way you wanted them to go.
Correct.
So this is the first time anything like this that has attempted to sully your reputation has happened to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me actually interject there. I requested a resignation in private. It was not me it was not this mayor who decided to bring this matter to the public. That was the decision that Joe made in requesting this, so there was no attempt by me to defame Mr. Caponigro's reputation. No attempt at all.
So may I comment on that,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am.
So then my comment would be to you is that he basically was supposed to leave this with his tail between his legs because you wanted him to leave. So because he wanted to show people that he's credible and that he didn't do anything wrong, or as far as he's concerned, he didn't do anything wrong, he shouldn't have done that. Is that what you're saying, Mayor?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What Mr. Caponegro could have done was say that I don't want to be part of this administration anymore, and here's my resignation, and nobody would have been the wiser that I was asking for the resignation. He brought this public hearing upon himself. He is the one who requested this hearing.
Sir, so Mayor, excuse me, if I may. Mayor, so I am suggesting to you to.
Another comment like that, I can have
please-
you ejected. This is an administrative hearing. Whoever said that. This is an administrative hearing. You'll grant this hearing with the same respect that a council hearing is granted.
So Mayor, with all due respect, I'm suggesting or asking you why you would think that someone that has been of value to this community for so many years should walk away quietly when he feels, or whomever it might have been, feels that they have been wronged, that they would go behind closed doors, not stand up for themselves, when many people know, not just this man, but his family and the amount of time and hours he has given to this community. So I ask you, as a person that says he values that, why you would expect this gentleman to not stand up for himself?
Joe could have, at any time he wanted to, approach me about my letter. Instead, he went forward with the public process. He could have requested a meeting with me. He didn't do that. He just went forward with the process. Again, we are here tonight at Joe's request.
I understand that, sir. I understand that. And again, I am just saying to you, again, with all due respect, would you not believe that this gentleman has a right to encourage everyone to know what he feels has been an injustice to him? And that is why he's had to bring it before this body, because he could have said to you privately, I believe this is an injustice, but you have clearly stated that regardless of what he does or regardless of what we feel, you are going to pull him off this chair. So he has no choice but to save his reputation by coming before us. Are you suggesting that that was the wrong thing for him to do?
This is Joe. I'm not saying it's the right thing or the wrong thing. It is his right, and he's exercising his right, and that's why we're here tonight.
And so far, you cannot see that this gentleman has not really done anything that has been inappropriate in a manner that would require him to be removed?
No, I disagree with that statement.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Could I follow up on that?
Of course, Joe.
First, I think I said it in my thing, but I don't consider, and I never considered myself or any volunteer to be part of anybody's administration. We are on these boards or the commissions to serve the city. We're part of the city government. That's my own feelings. I requested the hearing because I'm 69 years old, my children are all grown. Anything that came down on me could roll off my shoulder. I wanted to bring out to the public, for the public knowledge, to know the inequities of this Chapter 3.4 process. That for any given reason, because I threw a bottle on your lawn, maybe I could be removed, or any other appointee could be removed. And I brought this out so that to urge the council, or if it takes an initiative petition of the citizens to change Chapter 3.4, that it should be, yes, I can understand that a mayor has a right to suspend for a good reason, not just any reason, a good reason, and that if after 14 days be removed unless a hearing be requested. But once that hearing is requested, as I mentioned before, that should be up to you, our city council, a group of 11, to decide whether it's warranted or not one person. Why I didn't go and meet the mayor? Because in reading both of his letters, it said, the outcome will be the same. It was clear to me in the first letter and the second letter that no matter what, I was gone. So why should I meet with somebody that doesn't like me? that's, I just wanted to respond to some of that as far as,
I'd like to just actually read another section of the city charter, and that is Section 2-5 in the Municipal Council, Article 2, Section 2.5, Prohibitions, and it's subsection C, interference in the administration. Neither the Municipal Council nor any member or committee therefore shall take part directly or indirectly in the conduct of any executive or administrative business of the city. To introduce, Joe, the Municipal Council having some type of capacity to interfere with disciplinary action would violate Section 2.5C of the city charter. Moreover, it would also render a mayor almost useless to the city of Attleboro, because discipline is the ultimate thing that a mayor and a chief executive is able to do. So that's...
and I was unaware of that particular area, then the charter should be amended that such discipline as removing an appointee for any reason should be exempted from that portion of the thing. It's just, it's not fair that a citizen serving on a board as a volunteer or however, be treated such that he has to, that my way or the highway. In other words, if I didn't agree with you, you got mad at me, we had words, okay, I'm gone. Even though I believe, and I think most of the people that I know believe, that I always acted in what I thought was best for the city of Attleboro. And that's how I feel. I'm sorry to interrupt again.
Other councilors with questions? Mr. Kobus.
And I think the mayor just answered my question, but let me ask you, Mr. Caponegro. I view this as a punitive action. Do you also view it as punishment, punitive, as opposed to simply not being reappointed?
I view it both as a punitive and a political action. That the punitive portion of it is I disagreed with the mayor on some subjects. The political point of it is, as with in the state legislature or with Congress or Senate, the head of the legislature appoints different people to different commissions or committees, knowing that once they're appointing, they're supposed to have allegiance because of that appointee. And I was appointed, and obviously it seems to me, and the mayor may correct me, but he wants more people on the commissions that supports his goals and not consider other goals or agendas for the city. And personally, I think that's wrong. I think that's why we have commissions, as I spoke earlier, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11. So you have a mixture of thoughts, a mixture of views, and then sometimes it is the best, but sometimes it's got to get refined. But just because there's an ideological difference, it shouldn't mean that I'd be taken off the commission.
And then, same question for you, Mayor Hurrell. Do you view this as punitive?
No, I don't. I view this as me doing what I need to do to carry out the agenda that I've established and that the people have elected me to do. And if somebody's going to work against that agenda that's appointed by me, I will remove them. Because if somebody wants to work against my agenda, they can run for city council, but they're not going to be an appointed member of my administration working against me. That's categorically different than disagreeing with me. I welcome disagreement. Disagreement is good. Having a difference of opinion is good. Working against me is not something I will tolerate, nor would any mayor, nor would any governor, nor would any president, nor would any CEO. You don't work against your appointing authority. You work with them, you can have your disagreements. That makes things a lot stronger and better outcome and a better product. But you will not work against me. You will not go to undermine the things that I'm trying to do. Councilor Jackson.
Well, I wasn't done. So do you think that you're setting a new precedent for volunteers in the city, and do you have guidance for people that would volunteer in the city based on this action?
This is not a new precedent. There have been numerous examples over the decades of mayors removing appointees who work against the mayor's agenda. You know, there's a difference between working against an agenda and disagreeing with someone. Those are two categorically different things. Councilor Jackson.
Thank you. Are you all done?
I thought we had established that this was the first time this has happened, but
No.
that was a statement, not a question.
So, Mr. Mayor, you do agree that in politics, there's checks and balances, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm gonna guess, and I'm just guessing, that the majority of people in here right now believe this is personal, and it just made it sound, you're saying it's not personal,
It's not personal.
but when you talk about Mr. Caponegro working against you, he hasn't worked against you in any way in his capacity in the Traffic Study Commission. He's worked alongside all these other people that you still have kept appointed on the commission. But maybe the time that you're referring to is this last election time. Maybe he had somebody else's sign in the lawn, is that, I don't know. That's what I'm kind of getting that feeling, that it is personal.
Are you asking a question?
I am.
What's your question?
My question is, when you say that he works against you, how has he worked against you in any capacity whatsoever? Maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing, is it because of this last political election campaign?
As I've said, I'm not adding to the reasons I've already spelled out in the letters to the council and Mr. Caponegro. To answer your second question, is it personal? Let me ask about the campaign. Let me point out that Adolfo Sanchez, who's a member of the Traffic Study Commission, donated $100 to Heather Perica's campaign.
What does that have to do? Time out, Mayor.
Wait. No, this is an administrative hearing, and I'm answering a question.
So I'm calling a point of order, Mayor, to your administrative hearing. What relevance does the donation of anybody from the city of Attleboro to anyone's campaign have to do with a Section 3.4 hearing?
This is a direct response to Councilor Jackson's question. She asked me if this is political, and I am outlining.
I heard her say personal.
She said political because of the last campaign. Whether it's personal or political, you made reference to the last campaign. And I can name Adolfo Sanchez, Rose Larson, Paul Denese, all of whom donated to Heather Perica, none of whom have anything to worry about. I can also point out somebody on Dexter Street who had a Heather Perica sign, who's a appointed member of the Library Commission, the library, the library Board of Trustees, excuse me, Library Board of Trustees. Somebody who lived, so just because somebody supported my opponent, it has absolutely no bearing on this.
So then my
And there's
question
four
is,
people.
how has he worked against you?
That's not up for discussion. This is not an adjudicative process. I've already stated my reasons why I am removing Joe from this Traffic Study Commission, and I'm not going into any more detail than those reasons.
Yeah, there wasn't any detail.
There never was any.
Council Waterman.
Well, it seems that we might hear something from you if you choose. The episode that you described in January of last year was before your reappointment.
Yes,
I made the motion to reappoint you.
yes.
So, go ahead, what were you going to say?
No, I'm sorry, you finish, I'm sorry.
So, if there was an episode after the mayor sent down and asked for a reappointment, it must have been of the magnitude at least of what you described last January, and I've heard of nothing in the last year since you've been reappointed. Is there anything that you can share with us?
No, the only thing I can mention on 2 points was that I've since found out that after my reappointment was put into your committee, that it was attempted to take my name out of the reappointment in January. But it was ruled that it couldn't be done. And the only other thing I can understand what the mayor is saying, I'm not agreeing with him, but when I spoke out against the stretch energy code, his administration's agenda was to pass this stretch energy code. My opinion was that it shouldn't be passed. And I'm not, I do, and I didn't bring up at that hearing, but I do not disagree with some of the green aspects of the city going green. I just spoke out against that stretch energy code at the time, and I won't even get into the reasons again. But that, I have the right to do that as a citizen. And if I'm being, whatever you want to call it, punished or removed, because any mayor that proposes something, I speak against it as a citizen. That shouldn't be taken into account. what should be taken into account is how I acted on the Traffic Study Commission and the recommendations and considerations that not only I, but other members of the commission give. Our personal, as far as our personal politics and how we speak out against the funding of the high school, if somebody spoke out against it, or the Highland Country Club thing, that's, we're talking as individual citizens. We should not be, it shouldn't be against the administration's agenda, that just because you're appointed to comment on traffic studies that you gotta, you know, that's my own thoughts on it, and I'm sorry to expound too much.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
And as I said before, I would like to see, through whatever means necessary, and there's probably other safe things that this section 3.4, so nobody else has to go through something like this.
Councilor.
Thank you.
Please,
So I'm a little confused, Mayor, because throughout this whole thing, you've been talking about the section 3.4, and you have every right you're entitled to do what we're doing here. But then you said that Joe brought this upon himself by exercising the very same right that he's entitled to.
That's right.
How did Joe bring that upon himself when he didn't ask to be removed? When he was doing his job, which he focused, when he spoke about what he's done, seems to be very focused on public safety. So the two questions is, I'm not sure if you could explain further how Joe brought this on to himself, and then where the Traffic Study Commission is primarily about public safety. How does that not play into your agenda?
So to your first question, how Joe brought this upon himself, he has requested this hearing tonight. That's his right to be here, and it's his right to express to the public. This is a hearing that shall be public, and and I don't dispute that. And I think that's a fair process, and it's his due process. To your second question, though, I think it's an ill-structured question, and as I've said before, I'm not going to add anything to what I've already put in writing to the council in my report, as vague as that may be. I realize how that appears, but I'm not adding anything further.
Sure, and I wasn't asking to add anything. I'm just trying to draw the parallel between him working against you, which we haven't been able to understand how he's working against you, especially when he's bringing forth and focusing on what this board does, which is public safety. So I'm just trying to really kind of make that connection, and I'm struggling to do that right now.
Your question is duly noted. Councilor Reynolds.
I have the same question actually for the both of you gentlemen. This process that we're going through, Joe, do you believe it's a fair process, yes or no?
No.
Mayor, same question. Do you believe this has been a fair process?
Yes, and the reason
Okay,
for that is...
I didn't ask for the reason.
I
Just
can
yes
offer
or
the
no.
reason because
I
I'm the
didn't ask for a reason, just yes or
Councilor
no.
Reynolds, I am the
Just
administrative
yes or
hearing
no is
officer
what I
here.
asked for, sir.
I am the hearing
only asked
officer.
for yes or no,
You
and
are
my
not
reason
calling the
for that
shots.
is...
This is not a council meeting. This is an
I'm
administrative
only
hearing.
asking yes or no to the hearing.
You are not calling...
Did you
need
think
me
it
to
was a
eject
fair
you from this
process?
administrative hearing.
There a point of order, Mr. President, to this.
The president is not the administrative authority in this.
Do you
the
think it's a
mayor
fair
is. This
process,
is an administrative
sir?
hearing.
Poor job of it then.
Did you think it was a fair process is what I asked, and you answered that question. That's the
And
end
I
of
can
what I
add
asked.
to that as the administrative. This
Okay,
is
then
not
give
a
me your
council
reasoning,
meeting.
sir.
The mayor is the appointing authority.
I know that, I realize that.
Please don't interrupt. The mayor is the appointing authority. The mayor is the appointing authority, okay? With the mayor being the appointed authority, the citizens of the city elect the mayor to carry out an agenda. The citizens did not elect.
This is not this is an appointee, this is not a
That's correct.
person that works for the city, sir.
That's right,
So what
and
I would have to say to you is that I agree, this is not a good process, and we should look at it as a council as a whole and change it.
As I was saying, Councilor Reynolds, as I was saying, the mayor is the appointing authority, and the buck stops with the mayor. The mayor gets to decide who is going to be a member of his administration or her administration. End of story. That's the charter.
Thank
The
you for what
president
you had
has
to
the
say.
same right, the governor has the same right, and mayors and other municipalities have the same right. Because they have to be able to carry out an agenda that they have campaigned on and that the voters and the citizens elected the mayor for.
So, with that, with all due respect again, Mayor, then I would suggest that this has been an eye-opener, and I would never go through this process again for anyone that has given so much of their time, their free time, unpaid time, to come forward and do the things that they do here for the city. So I, again, urge my city council to definitely change this in the city charter and that this would never happen again. Thank you.
Do any councilors have any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to request that you close the hearing.
Well, actually, I had, under the advice of the city solicitor, been told that we should also allow members of the Traffic Study Commission to speak if they would like. If they would like to, say anything at all. Members of the Traffic Study Commission, not members of the general public.
Very well.
So are there any members of the Traffic Study Commission who would?
Once they speak, am I allowed to say something at the end, or should I say no?
Well, that's,
I think you
yeah, Joe, of course I'll let you speak.
Yeah, I just, as I mentioned earlier, I question whether Section 3.4 is constitutional or not, and I think that should be addressed through some means of the city solicitor or somebody else. It doesn't give the, I know how it's written, I just question whether it's conforms to what, and I'm not a lawyer, but what I would refer to it as due process under the Constitution of both the state and of the United States.
We've, Joe, to answer your question, we have been over this at great length with the city solicitor. It is constitutional. In fact, the portion of the city charter, Section 3.4, is a result of a, quote, name clearing. This is an opportunity for you to clear your name. It is an opportunity for you to explain to the public your side of whatever it is you would like to say, in the process of being removed from your office. So this is something that is actually very much constitutional.
I'm not questioning that having the hearing isn't constitutional. I'm questioning whether that they're just in, again, I'm not a lawyer, it's just to the average citizen or the average person out here. And again, I'm not a lawyer, but having the same person being the judge, jury, and executioner doesn't seem right to me as a citizen of both Attleboro and the United States of America. I quote, unless there's other questions.
Councilor DeLisio.
Thank you. I just have a question. What did Mr. Caponegro do that he needs to clear his name?
Yeah.
That's actually, there's nothing actually, in, no, that's.
That was my answer, thank you.
No, there is.
I'm all set, thank you.
Well, that's fine, you're all set, but I also get to speak. This is an administrative hearing. The rules of the council are not what you're operating under.
No, we're operating under suspended rules.
Yeah, it
So
seems
there's
like
still
Paul's
rules.
order.
They're just, the order and the who's calling the order is suspended.
And as we agreed with the city solicitor, this is an administrative hearing where the
That's
mayor
right.
is the chair. The reason for this hearing is, the reason for this hearing is so that, the volunteer, the appointed member, the city employee, whoever it is, because this Section 3 floor applies to various positions under the executive branch, it's a chance for them to come forward and say, I disagree with being removed, and here's why. And then to essentially, hopefully, convince the mayor of, some other outcome other than what we've already talked about. That's something that the U.S. Supreme Court rules. I mean, it's in our charter because the Supreme Court rules it. And in its essence, and those aren't my words, in its essence, it's a name clearing. It's due process. That's what it is.
Not when, before the hearing, the result is put in writing that the outcome will be the same.
Yeah, it's a minimum due process, I will admit that.
Were there members of the Traffic Study Commission, Mayor, that you
Yeah,
were
are there
going
members of the Traffic Study Commission who would like to speak? Could you state your name and, just for the record for everyone?
Sure. My name is Paul Salguero Jr. I'm a member of the Traffic Study Commission. So this letter was composed together as a group, at least the members listed here. So, to the Honorable Mayor, Honorable Attleboro City Council, the voting members of the Attleboro Traffic Study Commission listed below request your acceptance of this letter of support for the retention of Joe Capernegro as a member of the commission. The Traffic Study Commission is charged with the study of traffic conditions throughout the city of Attleboro. We are an advisory group with no policy-making authority. Topics for our consideration are referred to us from the municipal council or from city residents directly. These topics are scrutinized, taking into consideration, among other things, site visits, existing city ordinances, police department input, public works department input, emergency management perspectives, and Mass DOT regulations. Recommendations are made to the municipal council with the goal of improving traffic conditions within the city. Political affiliations are not considered nor discussed at our meetings. As chairman of the commission, Joe has guided our deliberations on each topic, but has not put forward any motions. Any motions have come from other members after thorough discussion of our considerations mentioned above. One attribute Joe has brought to the commission is the questioning of which topics fall under the mandate to improve traffic conditions and which are policy matters to be handled by the elected municipal council. In our advisory role, the municipal council has seen fit, without prejudice, to variously accept, reject, or modify our recommendations. Joe Capernegro is a long-time resident of Attleboro and has brought a vast amount of institutional knowledge to our commission. His background in planning and development has infused much knowledge to our deliberations concerning ordinances, street design, traffic, and details of planned subdivisions. Joe has been a member of the commission for 13 years now. We have relied upon Joe for his leadership in our deliberations. However, members have brought their own perspective, knowledge, and experience to the Traffic Study Commission. We, as volunteer members of the Traffic Study Commission, understand that it is the administration's prerogative to have whomever they wish on each city commission. However, we are unclear as to whether there continues to be a need for these commissions if independent perspectives are not valued and if their agenda is expected to be put forward. We support Joe Capernegro and wish to see his suspension lifted, allowing him to remain on the Traffic Study Commission to continue the important work that this body brings to the city. Signed, Brenda Haskell, Walt Roris, Adolfo Sanchez, and Paulo Salguero Jr.
So we kind of decided that I would handle the questions, that Alva would read them.
Questions, Councilor Disu?
Thank you. Thank you for your statement. I appreciate it. Do you feel that by speaking out tonight as a volunteer that you could be viewed as going against the mayor's agenda and that maybe one day you'll be sitting up here at your own hearing?
That was been an issue for me from the beginning when I heard about this. I'm the longest serving member of the commission, and when I go every 3 years and get sworn in front of the city clerk, I say I have an oath to do my best to follow the charter of the commission that I serve, and we get ethics rules about being ethical and not allowing, like if someone comes in and offers me something, to give them what they want. So I don't consider myself a political appointee. I never have. I consider myself a volunteer who tries to take something that I know something about and volunteer for the city. So that for us was very important, that we wonder if there's a stated agenda, specifically if it's outside what I do in Traffic Study Commission. I didn't resign my rights as a citizen when I volunteered at Traffic Study. So if I wouldn't expect that I would have to ask anyone whether or not what I was going to speak on in front of this honorable body or anywhere, whether or not I was entitled to do that, because I'm a lifelong resident of the city. So we're very confused as to whether or not you need a commission I mean, we put a lot of work into the decisions we make, and we're advisory only, so if it's, and what we also find, I find ironic, and I don't want to speak for the others, you know, totally, but these are things we talked about, is Joe's been just really good as this time and chairman in making sure we don't stray into policy decisions, making sure that if he discloses faithfully, even if we don't have members of the public, I developed that street, or my family built that division. I know that when I came on, when I read the ethics rules, I ended up calling the city solicitor because, you know, I had a contract with the city and I thought I can't be on a city council, but because it was a commission, but because it was outside, you know, the scope of what I did for the city, I was able to join the board. So I know there was something like in December that I disclosed that I was a property owner near that situation. So he's a person who has made sure that's always come out, and he does not make motions. So if there's something that he was just supposed to pass on and then get us to vote for, that's just not how we work. So I'm not sure how he would have been able to do that. So.
Questions, Councilor Corbis?
As the longest serving member of the Traffic Study Commission, roughly how many years have you been on there?
Almost 20, I think.
20-ish, okay. And did you?
I was in front of them a lot, so Walter Thibodeau decided I should just join.
And did you vote for Mr. Caponegro as chairperson?
Yes, I was a previous chair, and I was the temporary chair for January since Joe was suspended. He's a far better chair than I was because I think he helps. We are a very different group. We have different opinions, but we work together to reach, you know, our best situation that we see it. So again, I'm not sure he doesn't make motions, so I'm not sure he's in the position to do an agenda. If you have an agenda, then you don't need me. That's my perspective at this point is, if there's an agenda that I'm to be following, what if, you know, I'm sure you all know that last time I was here, it was hunting regulations. So should I have gone to someone to ask whether or not I could come and speak? You know, I don't understand that. I don't know what the political agenda is in the city. I don't consider myself a political appointee. Maybe I am. I serve more than just Mayor Harrow's administration. I consider myself a volunteer.
In whatever the last
we vote every year, by the way.
Every year you.
Yeah, we have officer. You know, we vote.
Do you remember the last one? Was it a unanimous vote for chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. In favor of Mr.
Yes.
Caponegro. Okay. And in your time working with Joe, have you ever had concerns about his performance on the Traffic Study Commission?
No.
Okay.
Questions, Councilor Reynolds?
So, from what you've just read, Joe, none of you, or you make your motions together or somebody brings them in, but Joe does not make them on his own. So any information that he passed on to the administration was a culmination of all of your decisions, your ideas, your thoughts, your processes. It was a culmination of everyone on that commission.
Yes, that was the other thing I was going to extend that I didn't say. If there was an undermining of an agenda in that room, I would know that that is happening because he would be trying to tell me how am I going to vote. And we've joked that we don't get along that well sometimes, just, to work through something. I've never felt like I was told how to vote or that he had an agenda separate from us just working through whatever came before us. I would have to know that someone's trying to influence my vote for something other than, and he's thorough as far as, sometimes I did like the tech work at one point, Adolfo came in, does a far better job. I'm really familiar with the city, you know, he brought in, you know, we do Google Earth, so we don't have to go out, but we just really covered it, make sure if we haven't been able to cover all those things, that we go out, look, and hold it till next time or whatever happens, but I think I would have known whether or not I was trying to be influenced. I'm not easily influenced anyway, but there's not an agenda that I've been told to vote for that's not looking at what's come in front of us from different perspectives. Joe mentioned the stop sign. Everyone, you know, it seems like everyone will want a stop sign, but there are rules that guide us as far as stop signs. Stop signs aren't supposed to be used as a traffic calming device. So people want them to slow people down. It's not supposed to be used if there's the right-of-way rule applies. You're supposed to learn that when you drive. So, you know, we try to, you know, work through that. But we also easily understand that, like the chief of police has the right to put up temporary stop signs. We don't have a problem with that. You know, you've never had us come in here and say we're unhappy, that you're unhappy with what we did. You know, we just study, look at it, and pass along.
Follow up on that. So I want to follow up on this because we got a little away from the question. But so the ideology that comes out of the Traffic Study Commission is not just Joe's. It's a culmination of all of what you thought, where you brought it to, how you got there, and then he brings it up to the administration. So the only thing, and you're saying yes to that, right? It's a culmination.
He may be the face of the minutes of the meeting as chairman, but it's a collaborative effort, and it comes Catherine DeSimone is our counselor now. It goes back to her to bring, you know, to you just for
review. So this brings me to the question to you, Mayor, if you don't mind, sir. The only thing that I received without reading the newspaper was that there was a lapse or a disagreement in ideology. So if that is about the Traffic Study Commission, and the Traffic Study Commission itself is saying to us that anything that Joe passed on, the chairman passed on to you, was a culmination of their efforts together, how does that ideology not square as a group ideology with you, and why aren't they all getting thrown off?
It's a good question. However, as I've said before, I'm not adding anything to what I've already put in
Thank
writing
you.
to the council,
All right.
Mr. Caponegro.
Thank you.
Councilor Waterman.
Paulo, I would like to address this question to you.
Sure.
I nominated you, we voted for you within the past year, correct?
Yes.
So you are, I think, the newest member of the,
Scott.
maybe there's one since you, that's correct. What is your understanding of your role as far as how you relate to the mayor and the mayor's agenda? Or what is your understanding of your role in connection with the city as well?
Sure.
Thank
So,
you.
as myself, and I think probably our commission would agree too, I like to put our residents first. That's ultimately how I view every piece that comes before us. Is it going to benefit or harm our residents, and how should we go about that? And that's kind of, I believe, how our discussions always proceed, to do so. So whether or not, there's no, I don't believe, I can say it's not. There's no, Joe's never pushed anything for us to vote a certain way or whatnot. We solely get what's in front of us, we deliberate on it, and then we come to our own conclusions after, you know, we've talked about kind of how we feel about a certain situation. So if you ask me, I put our residents first in terms of kind of how I view every piece that comes before us.
Thank you.
Councilor Blair.
Brenda, a question to both you, the commissioners. When you took that commissioner's position, did you take that position to serve the people of Attleboro, or to serve the mayor who was in the front office at that time, Brenda? And I believe you served under two others.
Like I'm saying, I consider myself a volunteer.
Yeah, I know you're a volunteer.
So I don't consider myself a political appointee. I'm an appointee, and like we said in our letter, he is the ultimate appointing authority, but I didn't, give up my lifelong residency of the city when I decided to volunteer, and I I'm serving the city.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get you to answer one way or the other. That when you took on that job, it wasn't to serve the person that was mayor at that time. It was to serve the people of Attleboro. Am I correct in your
Yes, because
understanding?
we're not a policy-making
Okay.
commission.
Thank you.
Not
Thank
a function.
Do you agree with that, sir?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I view it as, obviously, so I obviously reached out to Mayor Haro saying I was interested in being part of a board or a commission, and we get appointed, nominated, and voted on. But yeah, ultimately, we're putting our residents first, but yeah, obviously, we're serving under that administration, but as a whole, yeah, obviously, we're serving the community.
That wasn't my question. When you took that position as a traffic study commissioner, did you intend to serve the residents of Attleboro, or did you intend to serve the mayor?
Well, obviously, serve the residents of Attleboro.
Thank you, that's good. Thank you.
Councilor Jackson.
Thank you. So this question is to both you, Brenda and Paulo, individually. Now, when you go back to the Traffic Study Commission, and you've been through this evening of craziness, are you gonna feel like in your position, as your volunteer position, being appointed by this administration, that you are now a rubber stamp, that you are gonna have to vote and not go against anything that this administration wants?
Well, in terms of how I'm gonna proceed with myself, no, I'm gonna obviously put our residents first regardless. And if that leads to, punitive action on my part, well then at least I still know I served the residents of Attleboro.
And you are a good guy.
And I think we're each gonna have to make our own decision as to whether or not there's a place for us if there's a predetermined answer.
Thank you.
Councilor Ramos?
I would just like to, because you mentioned this earlier, Mayor, you suggested or said that you were not going to let everyone in the audience speak. So I would ask you, if you would please, before you close this out, if we could have the people that are here that are in favor of Joe Caponegro staying as the chair, if they are here to support him, if we could have them stand up, please.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank
Folks who are supporting Joe, of course, you can stand up.
Could we have a stand-up, please, of those people that are here tonight that came out? Okay.
Councilor DeLucia.
Thank you. So we've asked for clarification tonight on why Joe is being removed. We haven't gotten it. How can we realistically expect any other city volunteer to know whether or not they're going against your administration if we cannot use a forum like this to provide any sort of clarity?
All people have to do is come and talk to me. If any of the members, there's 350 appointed officials in the city, 350. I've asked the resignation of 2. It's not a matter of whether or not people disagree with me. I encourage disagreement. Some really good ideas come from disagreement. I've advanced some really thoughtful ideas that I thought were excellent. After talking with other people in the administration, hearing other points of view, I've discarded some ideas that I was really excited about. I encourage disagreement. Come and talk to me, but don't work against me.
So follow up then, if you encourage the disagreement, you encourage the discussion, why are we trying so hard to find out exactly what Joe did wrong?
Under the advice of the city solicitor. Under the advice of the city solicitor, I'm limiting my comments to what I've already stated.
Okay. It's unfortunate.
Councilor Kovas.
We didn't do the other side of this, about if there's anybody that agrees with your decision to have them stand up. Would you mind doing that as well?
It's not necessary that the audience is pretty supportive of Joe, and I understand that. I understand Joe to be a very nice person, a very honest person, and I understand that. Councilor Conte.
Mr. Mayor, now, in the interest of time and the honor of this body, would you please call for an adjournment?
Are there any other questions from members of the Municipal Council? No, then, Councilor Delicio.
As a whole, how do you think Mr. Caponegro has done during his tenure as a member of the Traffic Study Commission?
That's not a question that I am willing to answer right now. It's, I will say about Mr. Caponegro that I understand to be a very nice person, a very kind person, very generous person, and another member of my administration has told me he's an honest person. You know, so this is not an indictment on his character.
Sounds like type guy would want on our boards.
Are there any other questions from the Municipal Council? No, hearing no more, I will call this administrative hearing to a close. Turn it back over to Council President.
So just for clarity, it's a section 3.4 hearing that you're closing, that we called to order?
We're closing this section 3.4 hearing to close.
That's right. So at this time, I will also close the section 3.4 hearing for the Municipal Council. And Mayor? Yes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This administrative section 3.4 hearing is closed at this time. We are going to, just for everyone, Council Reynolds, you asked the question. I am going to provide some clarity in that we are going to, if the council votes in favor, go into committee of the whole so that we can hear input from any members of the public that want to address the council on any issue of city business this evening. We're going to go right to that next, just so you're all aware. We just need a 30-second switch over of the technology so that we have capability to hear it in the chamber through the podium.
Thank you.
Second.
Are we doing a recess?
Thank you. We'll just give Mr. Jones a 30-second switch over. Yes, it's good. At this time, I'd entertain a motion to enter committee of the whole.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes. Did Jim make the switch today? Oh, that was quick.
Yeah.
At this time, if there's anybody that would like to address the city council on any issue of city business, now is the time.
Should I speak here at the podium?
Yes, sir, and your name and address for the record.
My name is Philip Katsalas. I live at 23 Ryan's Crossing in South Attleboro. Katsalas is C-O-T-S-A-L-A-S. And I'd like to read something that I prepared this morning regarding the hearing we just had. City councilors, I would like to thank you for your support in your efforts to persuade Mayor Hero to keep Joe Caponegro on the Traffic Study Commission. I have known Joe since 1985, shortly after my wife and I moved to Attleboro. Joe is respectful, thoughtful, open-minded, intelligent, and fair. I do not believe Joe makes decisions before a thorough analysis of a situation, nor does he hold a grudge. Joe's love of Attleboro and his willingness to volunteer for the city are quite commendable. Knowing Joe's character, I find it difficult to comprehend that his service on the Traffic Study Commission is no longer deemed to be an asset. Was he not considered a worthy and valuable member of the commission over the previous periods of reappointment? What has changed? Has Joe lost his way? I doubt it. It appears to me that the mayor has possibly developed some pretty thin skin and can no longer tolerate a respectful, differing view of certain solutions to traffic problems. I don't know this to be a fact, but I suspect that the basis for his dismissal centers on differences of opinion over Beagle Club Road parking issues in the recent stretch code hearings. And as an aside, when the mayor proposed his solution for the Beagle Club fiasco, I thought it sounded pretty reasonable, other than it might need a little bit of tweaking. I suggest the following two options for Mayor Hero. One, Joe be allowed to complete his current term on the commission. It is obvious that Joe has the experience, knowledge, and temperament to perform the duties of the commission. 2, when time for possible reappointment, Mr. Hero should thoughtfully assess his options and determine whether he prefers to reappoint an informed, unselfish, and at times a loyal opposition to his ideas, or a rubber-stamping yes man or yes woman. The latter option may be the only type of volunteer this mayor can work with. I hope not. And I thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the gentleman? Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Heather Perica. I reside at 9 Guston Avenue. Thank you, President Cooper, and your honorable body. You guys did a great job tonight. I'm very proud of most of you. I'll be brief, as many have already stated the reasons why the removal of Mr. Capernegro shouldn't happen, and I agree. He should not be removed. As you're all aware, yesterday was Martin Luther King Day, and the celebration of his life was held right here in these chambers. The theme of the celebration was accepting our differences. I find it ironic that we're here tonight listening to the testimony from our mayor advocating for a punitive, which I agree with Mr. Kobus, this is a punitive dismissal of Joe Capernegro from the Traffic Study Commission due to ideological differences or being disloyal to the appointing authority. With the mayor's action against Mr. Capernegro, a lifelong volunteer in our city, Paul clearly demonstrates that he believes the exact opposite of that message that was delivered yesterday. And please remember that actions speak louder than words. Perhaps another message from Dr. King is appropriate now in this moment as it was when it was delivered in the Vietnam era. While speaking of the Vietnam War, Dr. King said the following. Now, of course, one of the difficulties in speaking out today grows the fact that there are those who are seeking to equate dissent with disloyalty. It is a dark day in our nation when high-level authorities will seek to use every method to silence dissent. It is as true here today in Attleboro as it was back then, and the mayor's actions mirror those happening at a national level. While many of us here in Attleboro can agree that the actions of our president are alarming, please take a close look at the actions of our mayor. They're frighteningly similar. Again, I won't repeat the high accolades that Joe deserves, which he really does, and it has been a pleasure and an honor to serve with him for the last 4 years. The TSC covered all of my concerns quite well, and I agree with their statements as a former ex officio member. And honestly, we all know the mayor dug his heels in. There's no comment that your honorable body, the traffic study, the general population in Attleboro, and most certainly not me, that I could make, that could change the mayor's mind. This should be a warning signal to all, including the mayor himself, that the people who he took an oath to serve, each and every one of us, me included, that our opinions matter little. As you can see, he left as soon as his part was done, not caring to hear what anyone else had to say about this. How does that show a caring of our differences? This conversation is more than about the punitive action against a volunteer. Moving forward, this conversation has to shift and highlight how the mayor is purposefully limiting the scope of each and every appointed volunteer of our boards and commissions now and in the future to merely supporting the mayor's positions. The mayor's actions have revised the oath that volunteers take by swearing allegiance to the mayor rather than the city of Attleboro. And Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, the oath is, I do solemnly swear to perform the duties of the position to which I have been appointed to the best of my abilities. So help me God. Nowhere in there does it say agenda, administration. They're there for us, for the residents of the city of Attleboro, to do the right job, not somebody's agenda. And just as a little point of order, if Beagle Club Road is the reason why that's happening, his ordinance passed. Let's just remember that. The Beagle Club ordinance that he suggested, it passed. So back to that, is this what the city wants? I don't think we do. Do not allow dissent or differences of opinion to be silenced. That is the cornerstone of democracy. That is what is in the best interest of our city. And I find this unprecedented, and it is unprecedented, regardless of what was stated earlier. An historic action the mayor is taking by removing a dedicated volunteer in our community, and to utilize the charter as a weapon sets a terrible precedent for each and every individual in our city who would like to share their time and talent by serving on our boards and commissions. This is a cautionary tale, and every single person should be paying attention. To those who serve on the Library Board of Trustees, the Conservation Commission, the Park Commission, the Planning Board, all even including the Attleboro Youth Commission, no one should be under the impression that they are free to voice their own opinion. If you do, you're not safe. It is so clear tonight. That's what happened tonight. The mayor is clear. It is his way, his agenda, not what's fair, right? And then specifically when it comes to the Traffic Study Commission, what's legal. You'll find yourself publicly criticized, humiliated, and your character called into question, when all you may have done was what you felt was right by the residents of our city. The rules have changed now, and I strongly feel there needs to be transparency when potential appointees come before this honorable body for their appointment. I sat here for 6 years and was part of the votes that would appoint people. Never once did this section of the charter come up, that if you dissent, you can be removed. Never once. So the job now, during the interview process, I'm going to look at the Personnel and Human Services Committee, and it would be appropriate to add some questions to the discussion, ensuring that the potential appointees are aware of these possible repercussions. Dissent, and you'll be publicly silenced. It is your duty so that the individuals can make properly informed decisions based on the now risky proposition of serving our city. One final quote by Dr. Martin Luther King, as quoted by Vice President Jackson yesterday: "The time is right to always do what's right." Moving forward, please do what's right. Perhaps if the mayor spent some time with Joe, all of this entire history-making brouhaha could have been avoided. He said himself, he's never been to a commission meeting. He was never there when I was there. He's never sat down with Joe or the Traffic Study Commission to even share what his agenda is. So how do we know whether or not we're being disloyal to the agenda when we don't even know what the agenda is? But all of this could have been avoided. Maybe, just maybe, if the mayor could have learned something, some very important life and leadership lessons from Joe, like how to serve our community with integrity and with honor instead of ego and pettiness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs. Perica? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Excuse me, I'm Brad Pittman, council members, chairman. Mr. Capernegro did the best summing of how to handle this. The mayor has the right to, for any reason he chooses, replace him. Also, Mr. Capernegro has given you a comment that you should now take over, and if you don't like this, and I don't think there's anybody that particularly likes it, you should address it in your regulations so that it can't happen again. And it's really what you've learned from tonight. It's all because of Joe Capernegro. He knows he had no gun to fire, and yet he fired the best gun of all to solve the problem so that it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Glenn Arenberg, 23 Augsburg Drive. President Cooper, Vice President Jackson, and honorable council members. I'm a lifelong resident of Attleboro. I don't know Mr. Capernegro, but I felt really sad when he had to say, excuse me for saying this, but I'm an American, because you shouldn't have to say that. I think what brought so many people here today is we are Americans, and we have an innate sense of fairness, and that's why I rise today. I think that a volunteer committee is built of citizens to bring diversity, different ideas, different communications, and to shoot that down It really hits. I've never served. I volunteered in other things, but never like he has. I'd also like to know how much money and energy has been spent on this matter with the city solicitor. I could only imagine probably, 10 hours? Just guessing. And we are not a monarchy. We're kind of a republic. And if he has a 3-year term, which I believe it is, there would be overlap from administration to administration to administration. So he's not on there to serve the administration and the agenda of the administration. He's there to serve the citizens, me, you, these people that showed up tonight. So therefore, I think what the best thing that Joe brought was to look at the process. If it takes this body to approve him, I think it should take this body to remove him. Now, I know that's not in the charter right now, but we could spend some money with the city solicitor, since a bunch has already been spent, to look at doing it that way. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Sir?
Well, my question is more to the president. Do you have a rough idea of how much time has been spent with this solicitor?
Way more than we should have.
We'll get the
Rough estimate
You'll
of
get the
hours?
bill.
All right.
Way more than we should have. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Excuse me, my name is Walter Harris. I'm currently the recording secretary for the Traffic Study Commission. I basically would like to second, third, quadruple all the good things that have been said about Joe, because every one of them is absolutely true. I've been in my position for about 7 years working alongside Joe, upstanding, terrific guy. I've learned basically everything I know about my position through Joe. Not in a forceful way, just watching and discussing. We have no relationship with each other outside of the Traffic Study Commission. We've never met 10 seconds on personal or whatever. It's strictly been business between Joe and I. The thing I really got up for, other than to basically endorse all that's been said about Joe, is something that I'm a little bit reluctant to say, but there's been discussion about needing work on section 3.4. Well, I've got a point that I'd like to make about the constitution of the Traffic Study Commission. There are 3 that seem to be confused a little bit early. There are 3 ex officio members. The Traffic Study,
Transportation Traffic
Chair, the DPW Superintendent, and also the Chief of Police or his designee. The issue I'm raising is 2 of the 3 are non-voting members. One of them is a voting member. The voting member is the chair of the DPW Superintendent. I say, and the reason I'm reluctant to bring this up is I have not discussed this with the current DPW, Mike Tyler. But in the abstract, there is a conflict of interest for a voting member reporting directly to the mayor's office, who has said he has an agenda that he wants followed within his committees. So I'm suggesting to you that a solution there, we take input from the chief of police through his representatives, from the city council. Why not do it the same way with the DPW? We can hear, we can deliberate, we can discuss all those things, and we can still vote the same way we do now. So I'm suggesting something you might want to look at is the constitution of the Traffic Study Commission. Again, I haven't talked about this with Mike. I'm reluctant to bring it up, but I feel I have to because the discussion has gone the way it has about whether there's some fixing that needs to happen in the city ordinances.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Hi, I am Denise Preston, 121 West Street in Attleboro. I don't know this man. I am here as a citizen and as the parent of 2 youth commissioners and as somebody who has considered volunteering. And I believe that we need volunteers, we need to promote volunteerism, and I believe that what has happened tonight really threatens that, and it does threaten to set a dangerous precedent for a number of reasons. First, as everybody's talked about, is diversity. You know, the mayor speaks a great deal about diversity, and I support him in that. I absolutely support him in that. We all heard in his inauguration that we all attended a few weeks ago, his first speaking point was about diversity of religion, culture, age, and opinion. He spoke about it. I'm not putting words in his mouth. He spoke about it. And I think all of those things, cultural, socioeconomic context, feed into the diversity of opinion. He believes in it. So I believe that the diversity of opinion needs to be safeguarded to ensure that the ideas that are brought forward for the city are the best that we have and that have been vetted at every level. They've been vetted in the Transportation Commission, in your honorable body, at every level from a diversity of opinion. We benefit from that. We need to safeguard that. So I would like to respectfully remind the mayor, I know he's not here, through this hearing that he was absolutely right in his inaugural speech. Attleboro benefits from a diversity of voices and opinions: conservative, liberal, apolitical, young, old, recent residents, longtime residents, homeowners, business owners. Please do not set a precedent that Attleboro does not value diversity of context and opinion. Second, institutional knowledge. Once lost is really difficult to regain, right? As a new mayor, we know that Mayor Haro appreciated the importance of institutional knowledge. He's touted it. He relied upon it throughout his first term. If we were to dismiss commission and board members because they do not align with the vision of the administration, Attleboro could be facing an entire turnover of your municipal government except for elected officials, every administration. How would we benefit from that? What would we lose from that? Think of the institutional knowledge, the history, the context of previous decisions. What if we have to start Beagle Club Road anew because everybody who knew about it forgot?
Please.
Seriously.
No.
Right? We need the history. We need the context of previous decisions. We need the rules and the regulations. We need somebody to guide and steer new members, which we've heard tonight. We need that institutional knowledge, the relationships, the expertise. We would be at risk of losing that with every administration. Third, again, disenfranchisement of volunteers in the city. We already have vacancies on our boards and commissions. Will we have enough people stepping forward if they know they could be dismissed a few months or years into their terms? You know, why put in that effort if you can be dismissed so regularly? Speaking out tonight, will my children be appointed to go back on the youth commission? Right? It's, and they get in the mud and they clean up the river. That's what they do. They serve soup at fundraisers to pay for heat for the seniors. Right? And if I'm speaking out now, will they be turned away from doing that?
Your guess is as good as ours.
So I would like to ask the mayor and the municipal council, as everybody else has, or not everybody, but to consider changing section 3-4 of the charter. I believe that the charter represents the charter's author's desire for a balance of power. We've already talked about that. I have a hard time believing that the charter authors and the citizens of this city would not want the council to have some say in the dismissal of an appointed official, especially where a hearing is already called for. Make it difficult. Make a 2/3 vote so the council can veto it. Have an override. Like, you guys can bounce it around, but have a balance of power. I don't believe that the city charter authors intended the municipal council to sit impotently by to merely witness an appointed official's final words in office.
Thank you.
Thank you to the municipal council for your time and attention.
Thanks, Denise.
Oh.
Denise, I think we can.
Hi, Denise.
Hi.
So, obviously, you listen intently to the mayor's speech, and all of us, a lot of people have had him knock on our doors. And one thing he talks about at every single event that he goes to is transparency. Do you feel after this evening that he was transparent with Mr. Caponegro and what has happened?
So I honestly don't feel like I can speak to that because I don't know whether I missed it, but you spoke at length about the letters that came down, and I didn't have that letter. I don't know what was in that letter. I mean, all I've heard is people paraphrase that letter, so I can't speak to his transparency. If all of you are confused, it's certainly, you're all very bright, and you all pay attention. So I don't understand how you could all be confused and have that be clear.
Thank you.
And I do think that it was very unclear. You know, sure, we're talking about 3-4, and we're talking about how he has the right to, for whatever reason, dismiss whoever that he wants. Fair enough. But then to refer to the other one and talk about it as a disciplinary action, right? A disciplinary action is a very different thing. Mm-hmm. And if it's a disciplinary action, that should be on somebody's record somewhere, and that should be, I mean, that should be somewhere. So I definitely call into question how a part of the charter that deals with disciplinary actions could be called into relevance here, personally, honestly. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Council DeLisio.
If you can, just a little leeway, it's not a question. As the mentor to the Attleboro Youth Commission, your two daughters bring so much, and I think what it shows is that even as a fifth, starting as a fifth grader, going all the way through 12th grade, it's not just adults who bring something to the table. And your two daughters, bring so much to the Attleboro Youth Commission in terms of energy, and Katie now has some of that institutional knowledge that you speak of just from doing it. I'd be lying, Denise, if I told you that I didn't share that same concern about my son who's on the Youth Commission, especially after tonight. But I will tell you, I'll do everything I can to make sure that these kids still have that opportunity to volunteer in this community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Well said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
Am I allowed to speak here?
Yes, you are. This is committee of the whole, my friend.
Paul Salguero again, 9 Richard Street. So like I said, I was the second newest member to the Traffic Study Commission, so I just wanted to speak a little about how kind of Joe impacted me, and then touch upon a little bit about the process that I think. So being new, I wasn't sure what to expect on the Traffic Study Commission. Someone's like, oh, it's boring. And then I think after today, I don't think I can say that being on I would have never expected to be in this situation. But at any rate, everyone on the commission truly welcomed me with open arms, and it was something that, just putting a stop sign somewhere, it's a process, something that I probably would have never thought, the amount of time it takes to just have that implemented. And so Joe and everyone there really helps me learn and kind of take everything in. But he was also, you talk about institutional knowledge, telling the history of a certain situation that's occurred, whether it be Beagle Club or stuff that's going on in Tiffany Street, that really helps develop an opinion about how you're gonna, talk about a certain issue or whatnot. So knowing the history about what's going on in Attleboro, we heard earlier that he literally discloses every single thing that, like I know the person that built this or I built that. Sometimes I'm just like in my head, like, why are you saying that? Like, how is it relevant? But at the point, it shows. I think it exemplifies his character, him doing so. And as the commission as a whole, sometimes it's just us in there, but it's still formal. It's still a procedure. It's still he's just a true leader. So I like to make that clear. And going on the process, I think it's unfair that. you know, essentially this body could vote whether or not to support him, but ultimately it's up to the mayor to whether or not. So it's almost like the vote's irrelevant. So I know obviously situations like this have to occur in order to kind of look at that charter and figure things out. But I mean, I would even go as far as say, like, you know, I've been on nonprofits or I've been in conversations where they literally review their bylaws every 5 years or so just to see things change. So I think situations like this probably kind of, I would say, could happen in our city too. Maybe every 5 years, look at the charter. Maybe there's something that could be changed, something that could help the city. But in closing, I'd just like to say, I mean, I would hope the decision probably changes in terms of Joe staying on the commission. I just say he's a true leader. He's helped me learn a lot, and I continue to learn. And he's just a valuable asset to have on our commission and to be part of this city. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Paula? Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time?
I'd like to speak as just a member of the city, Brenda Haskell. One of the things that happened when we first read the letter that Joe got, which is where my real issue lies, and I think that I think Councilor DeSimone was still there when we were talking about it. Global ideological issues. And I said to, I think it was Paulo, I said, that is, to me, someone saying to me that under God's green earth, you know, all creatures great and small, all things wise and wonderful, all things bold and beautiful, we're not going to be able to agree on anything. There is, and I said, when the day I find that I can't find something to agree, or even, like Joe said, agree to disagree, that's where my concern lies going forward, because the first thing I said was, I'm temporary chair. But do I want to be chair if Joe is removed and be put in a position where I'm going to further something I'm told to further and tell them this is what it is, this is what we're voting on, this is what you're going to pass? It's not going to happen with me, because I wouldn't even know how to go about doing that, because it's not, you know, the way it's done. So that wording, which I know the mayor doesn't have to justify, I understand that. Again, there's something wrong. There's a vast, you know, institutional knowledge between what that means and what it is. Because, you know, globally, ideologically, to me means that it's more than just how he serves on traffic study. I can see if he's got an issue with traffic study, and we talk about Beagle Club ad nauseum, but Beagle Club's been a problem ad nauseum. So to say that, you know, Joe wouldn't solve it according to the administration, it isn't true. It's been in and out in different iterations. So that's just a huge issue that I get the impression that I would not be able to speak as a private citizen any longer, because I might run afoul of an agenda that I don't even know about. So I think people, and I don't know what difference that would be in anybody else who volunteers for the city. That was it.
Any questions for Ms. Haskell? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brenda.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council?
Good evening, councilors. My name is John Davis, and I reside at 439 Lindsay Street. I had no intention of speaking this evening, but there's been a great deal of talk about amending the charter and about institutional knowledge. And 22 years ago, Mayor Robbins picked me to chair a special review committee that reviewed our city charter from page 1 to the last page. And myself and a handful of other individuals, of which I think I may be the last one who's still alive, spent a whole year meeting once or twice a week for a whole year reviewing every word of the charter. Now, it's been 22 years, so my memory may not be as good as it would have been a while back, but I don't recall there being any discussion at that time about the potential abuse of this section of the charter. I think we're living in a different era today. 22 years ago, I don't think anyone believed that a chief executive would necessarily exert all the powers afforded them. I think what we're realizing today is that we're living in different times where people have different values and different levels of let's call it respect or protocols, and that we probably do need to form another committee to spend extensive time studying the charter in depth. I can't help but wonder to myself, if we, let's say, missed this is something that maybe we should have recommended changing, what else may we have missed? And what else may have made good sense 22 years ago, but in this day and age could be a potential loophole or liability or something that completely doesn't make sense anymore, even though it did once upon a time. And I only got up here to speak because, as I said, I think of all the people since the charter was written, there may only be me and maybe one other left alive who's actually spent extensive time studying that document. And I have to tell you, I did a lot of research. And let's start by, Mayor Robbins chose me to head up that commission after I ran against her for mayor. Mayor Robbins understood that diversity of opinion and that including people who maybe don't agree with you is important. And I appreciated that she gave me that opportunity, because it was probably one of the greatest learning experiences of my life. You know, I had the opportunity not only to study our city charter, which is incredibly important if you want to be in municipal government, but also to communicate with people from other neighboring communities about how their charters are slightly different. You know, we tend to believe that what we have that exists today is somehow ideal. But the reality is there are other different models out there that are slightly different. I've heard Councilor Conti talk about the differences in Taunton. Many years ago, I had a girlfriend who lived in Taunton, so I attended an incredible number of Taunton City Council meetings that are much different than the City Council that you guys all serve on today and that I once served upon. We may want to start really looking, as times have changed, at changes that need to be made to our charter to ensure the rights and to protect the public and people who volunteer. And, you know, I mean, basically, the charter is our constitution. It's the ground rules that protect all of us from all of us. And, yeah, I'd like to say, geez, I know all there is to know about the charter. I wish I could answer every question that people may have, but that's clearly not the case. I think, unfortunately, an incredible amount of institutional knowledge has been lost in the last 10 or 15 years. There was a time when there were a lot of people who could quote things right out of the charter verbatim. I wish I could, but I can't. But I think we need to organize a group of people to spend extensive time doing that for all of our benefit in the future. I think I'll leave it at that unless you have any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? Councilor Delissio.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, thank you for your words. So a question, you said, you know, you might have missed it. Earlier I asked about interpretation while the mayor was sitting here. Do you think you missed it, or do you think that the way it's written opens itself up for interpretation?
You know, I believe, and again, I like to think of myself as a student of municipal government. I mean, I've spent most of the last 30 years of my life interested in government. I think there are so often times where interpretation comes into play, and 5 different people can see something slightly different. I think no matter how careful we are with the verbiage that we choose to use, there's always going to be the opportunity for someone to make a different interpretation. I think what really has changed are the basic ground rules that we play by, the assumptions that we make. You know, I feel confident speaking for those of us who worked on reviewing the charter that nobody ever envisioned that a mayor would exercise the power the way it was implemented in the case of Mr. Caponegro. You know, if someone were to do something significantly wrong where the mayor needed to remove them and they didn't want to go, I think the charter as written works perfectly. I think we see now the gray area where the problem arises, where there isn't some clear and obvious reason for removal. And the mayor opts, in my opinion at least, to provide the minimal amount of knowledge as to why he's removing an individual. And I understand in these cases the city solicitor always recommends saying as little as possible. We've all been involved in those discussions over the years. But I do think, the gist of your question is there a better terminology that we could use to make it less subject to interpretation and more clear cut? And I'm sure there is. And I'm sure if we thought, 20 years ago that somebody was going to use this power, especially if we thought, it was going to be used for some reason that wasn't clear to the public as to why it's being used, we would have recommended making a change. Does that answer your question?
100%, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions for Mr. Davis? John, thank you.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, John.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council?
Yes, my name is Joe Capnegro, 903 Pike Avenue. I wasn't going to address the council except for John Davis's remarks. I want to say I hope to stay, I hope that, as I said, the mayor changes his mind and allows me to stay on the Traffic Study Commission, but if I am removed, and if the council does establish a commission to study the city charter, I'd like to be the first to volunteer to serve in that commission.
Is there anyone else here that would like to address the council at this time? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to arise.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for a recess.
Second.
Thank you. The reason for the recess is we are going to have a committee meeting of the Personnel and Human Services Committee immediately. As soon as we vote, we'll give, and then after that, we can do what we need to do and come back.
Are we going to go right into the public hearing after that?
Yes, we are. Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are recessed 9:02.
Now, when we come back, or are you going to do it right?
I'm going to do it.
He's gonna do it. I thought we were going to recess.
I don't know. Docket of January 7th. Excuse me, you might want to hear this,
Yeah.
please.
That's all right.
From the docket of January 7th, 2020, I entertain a motion to oppose the mayor's action of removal of Joseph Caponegro as chair of the Traffic Study Commission, as stated in Section 3-4, removal of officials of the city charter.
Second.
We have 2 seconds.
In unison.
Is there any discussion?
Councilor Waterman.
Yes, Councilor Conti.
I'm not clear as to what governance allows you to make such a motion, as it was not introduced as new business, it wasn't referred to a committee for study and recommendation, and it came right out of the blue at 6:14 this afternoon. Certainly, there's nothing in it that provides for it in the rules and procedures, and there's nothing for it that allows for it in the charter, and therefore, I file a charter objection. Will no longer be discussed.
This is a committee meeting. Point of order.
No, any councilor can file any charter objection at any time. And this is a file.
Are you gonna let me?
Charter objection. No, the subject's over. It's done. You can either move on to another topic, or you can adjourn your committee.
That's the only motion we have. Adjourn the committee?
Well, no,
Just
don't
second.
No?
Don't relax.
Good.
Okay, don't second me then.
We have to do something, so we should recess, but it's to recess. I think you have to recess.
Okay.
Are you talking to yourself?
No, he's not.
Can't you just amend it?
The committee chair, I would like to ask for a recess.
No, just wait.
No, you don't want a recess?
Yeah, but I don't know what you can do.
So now we just sit.
If I had my computer, search. Page 16 of 28, Council Rules and Procedure. We have to wait about 15 minutes.
Councilor Conti.
She's killing me over.
So in 15 minutes, you can do it if you so choose.
Okay.
So knowing what's gonna happen, why would you do what you're gonna do?
I didn't catch you, Council Conti.
Knowing what's gonna happen, why don't you just do what you wanna do? So,
Oh, yeah, so he
Councilman
should proceed.
Waterman, you can continue.
All right. Continuing, we were at the discussion phase. Yes,
Committee?
Councilor Khan.
Thank you for bringing this forward, and I don't think we really have to. I intended to bring a motion myself from the floor for a vote of the council on their opinion to be sent to the mayor. I think this just formalizes it somewhat. It's, after listening tonight to the hearing, it showed a definite personal agenda from the mayor's office against Mr. Caponegro for no good reason. If you can't show a reason, don't bring it forward. I would hope that the people in the audience and the people listening at home and their TVs realize we can't be bullied. And that's showed tonight. That gentleman sitting there is a bully. It doesn't work that way. I've been here 20 years. I've never seen anything like it. We've had disagreements, damn near fights. But nothing that takes a piece of paper and wave it in front of you with somebody's own interpretation of it, to physically, to hurt a person's reputation, and don't have the gall to say why. I think we asked in a nice way why. I'm not going to say anymore. I'm not going to add to it.
Is there any other discussion?
I think the hearing tonight said it all. I think we heard it all. We know where it's going, and I just support this.
President Cooper.
Thank you. So I'm going to quote former Council President Frank Cook, because all of us, I think, served, no, maybe not. Frank would say, we can disagree without being disagreeable. Right? He would say that to us often, and I think this is a case where we ought to consider that. There was a piece of business introduced through a mayor's communication to the council, and I assigned it to the Personnel and Human Services Committee that is on the agenda and has been. So there is a piece of business before this honorable body, and like other pieces of business and documents that we send and create to the mayor, it's at his will to accept those. Some of them are required. The resolution from capital improvements, for example, is mentioned in the charter, but we have a duty to vote. It was assigned to us, and that's what was recommended at the several meetings with the city solicitor. There is no action that the mayor has to take based on our vote. It's not binding in any way of the mayor, to the mayor. And that did I want to say anything else? No. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Delizio.
Thank you, Mr. Waterman. This was a complete sham tonight. It was an embarrassment. It was, we're clearing a man's name who has a stellar reputation. We can't get a reason why. We've seen the letters. There was nothing conclusive. Nothing. By the mayor's own admission at the end, Joe's a great guy, integrity, ethics, hard worker, nice guy. Why wouldn't we want Joe on the board? Why wouldn't we? I don't know. I think that was upsetting to me. The way our president was treated was upsetting to me. The way our colleagues, Councilor Reynolds was treated, to threaten. Well, but it's not about bothering you, Sarah, because truth be told, I would not want to cross you. but
small but mighty.
Exactly, small but not mighty. But what my bigger point is, it's the mayor of our city disrespecting us in our own chambers and disrespecting a member of our community who's worked so hard. And as I said, I asked Joe pointedly, I said, what are some of the things that you've achieved on the traffic committee, traffic study committee? It was all public safety. I don't, for the love of me, understand how public safety would ever go against a mayor's administration. How public safety, installing crosswalks, speed calming measures at our new school, how does this undermine a mayor? And if it is just Beagle Club Road, Mr. Caponegro moved here in '72, he said. If you go back and you look in the minutes, Beagle Club Road has been an issue probably since about that time. I think going back to the late 60s, early 70s. So to say that it's because of Beagle Club Road, it's disingenuous. And this sets a dangerous precedent. And that's the other thing President Cook used to say, is every vote we take is setting a precedent one way or another. And I do 100% echo Mrs. Preston's comments. As a father of a volunteer, the Youth Commission means the world to my kid. And to sit there and tell you guys that I'm not a little concerned that my words tonight could have ramifications on my son would be a lie. Thank you for the leeway.
Councilor Kobus.
Through the chair, I'd like to talk about the potential of a charter objection happening later on, and from my perspective, I don't think any new information is going to come out, and in my view, the business, we need to put this behind us. I'd very much like to vote on this tonight and then move on to doing the business that the city has asked us to do. Whether or not we submit new business to have a charter commission or any of that stuff, I think we can talk about, but I think for the benefit of the residents, it's in all of our best interest to have this vote tonight and then put it behind us.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Yes, please, our newest council.
Yes. So I just want to be clear for the record that I just left the library board. So I was on a board, and I agree with what Mr. Caponegro and other people said, that I always felt like as soon as I was appointed, first of all, it was an honor, but my duty was to the library, not to an administration. So I share that sensibility. However, I do want to be clear, as currently constituted, the mayor is completely within his right to do what he's doing. So I do not object to the process because this is what we have. And I think Mr. Caponegro made the ultimate point, which is like, this is what's happening. It appears to be what's permissible. What are you going to do about it? So whatever happens today, and we'll express our opinion, and so be it. But I think that the question is, what do we do about it? So just for the record, I think the mayor is completely within his rights. I think were he to state more information, there's issues there that could arise, whether it's political, and let's keep in mind appointments are often political. I mean, that's the nature of them to some degree. But I think he has to be very careful for legal reasons about how far this goes. I respect the process. I think Mr. Caponegro also respects the process, doesn't like what's happening, and I concur. But I think the bigger question is what we do next, what we do next week.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Just to finish, I think we ought to vote it tonight. It's non-binding, but I think we ought, as a council, we should be able to voice an opinion that we don't approve of it. He said he's going to do it anyway, but let's get it on record that this council doesn't approve of it. Or if you approve of it, vote so. But the charter object, to me, is just putting it off till next week or the week after. The feelings of this council isn't going to change in 2 weeks, and it's not binding. It's just our voice saying that we don't agree with them or approve it. So let us, as Mr. Kobus said, let's get it over with, get that vote taken that we don't approve of it. We can't shoot it down, right? We just get that vote that we don't approve of it, get it up to his office, and hopefully we do something down the line about the charter. I don't know how it goes, if it has to go to a vote of the community, or can we do it in-house, amend it on this floor? That's the next step. So let's get this step out of the way, vote, send it upstairs. He's going to laugh at it anyway and throw it in the trash.
Thank you. Councilor Holmes.
Thank you. So the way that the administration read section 3.4, it seems like he took the most amount of power in saying, I can do these things, but when it came to including the council to provide us information, he gave us the minimal of what needed to be required. So he interprets things often that way. That's concerning. This whole process was concerning to me. I did not like how President Cooper was treated. I did not like how any of us were treated tonight during this. I don't think it was a good representation of how we do business here. So I have a lot of concerns about that. I think there's also a ripple effect with other departments. I don't think that this is just, we're talking about appointed positions. This sends a message, a clear message, and that's a concerning message to me. So, and that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. President Cooper.
So I find, I appreciate everyone's comments, and I want to make sure that you all understand that part of my reason for not taking it on was because I wanted to get to the end result. And we had many hours of debate about how this could go or should go with the solicitor. and I also want you to know, and I want you to remember, right? When there was a vote before this council of an appointee, and I went to the city solicitor myself and asked her what I should say, the criticism that arose from the administration, because I said that I wasn't saying anymore because the city solicitor told me not to, from the person who sat here and said, I'm not saying anymore because the city solicitor told me not to, but was critical of me when I did it, because there were issues that she didn't think I should say, nor did that person ask for this type of hearing, right? So it's sort of that it's good for you, but it's not good for me kind of mentality that we, the council as a whole, and me in particular, because I'm the one that said it, that I wasn't going to say anymore, took some heat, if you will, for that type of a response. So I think that we got what we got. We heard from the public. The vote is non-binding. We ought to move forward, and as I think Councilor DeSimone said, explore what the next steps could or should be so that this does not ever happen again.
Thank you. Councilor Delizio.
Just want to add,
Please.
as much as we should vote so we can move on, it's important we vote so Mr. Caponegro can move on as well. He doesn't need this hanging over his head any longer.
Is there anybody else? Then I'll say something. I tried to come here with as open a mind as I possibly could, and you knew that when I walked in. I did not hear any reason given for the suspension and removal of Joseph Caponegro. There was nothing forthcoming. And I also heard the Bill of Rights, freedom of speech, at risk. And to me, that's the most important of all the Bill of Rights. So, I back this motion. Shall we have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vote passes 3-0. Call for adjournment.
Second.
All in
You're
favor?
adjourned, and all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And aye. And that concludes the business of the Personnel and Human Services Committee. I'll call for the next committee meeting at the next appropriate time. 9:23, thank you.
You already had a recess.
Thank you. What time did I open it, 9:04? Yes.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, we're still recessed, so.
That's cool.
Give a lot of speech.
Yes, we're going, first one.
9:28. We will go to the public hearings. Mr. Withers, would you?
Certainly.
Just one
The first public hearing this evening is to consider the possible revocation, suspension, or modification to the Class 2 license of Greenlight Auto of 650 Washington Street, Attleboro.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor?
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Shaw, and I have the Director of Greenlight Auto.
So are you here to speak in favor of the revocation, suspension, or modification, just to be clear, sir?
No, we're here to speak
Thank you.
against
Is there anyone here to speak in favor of the suspension, revocation,
Yes.
a possible revocation or modification?
Jesse Sheridan. How you doing? Jesse Sheridan, 131 Broadway, North Attleboro.
Jesse, what's your last name? I'm sorry.
It's Sheridan.
Sheridan, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, just you can address the council as a body, not an individual council, about your reasons for coming before us tonight.
Well, on November 19th, I was in search of a vehicle, specifically a Jeep Cherokee I was looking for. I found one on Facebook Marketplace under a Paul Aoun, and I contacted him through Messenger. He replied and said the vehicle is at Green Street Auto in South Attleboro. So I immediately went down there within the hour and looked at the vehicle, and everything seemed fine except for an exhaust leak. And he said he would, if he left it the day, I could come pick it up the next day. And I said, okay, that's great. So I bought the vehicle from him. He had given me this sales receipt, which this is not the company. This is a different company from a different state. So I just figured there was an affiliate, or the owner's other company or something like that, which it ended up not being. But anyway. So I bought the vehicle. I went to pick it up the next day. The tank was repaired really shabbily. It was in bad condition, but it wasn't making any noise. So I said, whatever. I just needed something. I didn't care. I wasn't being picky about anything. So I took the vehicle, and well, he said he said the title wasn't. He ordered it, and he wasn't in. So he had to give me a repair plate. So I said, fine. I don't have to go to the registry right away. I need to get some stuff done because I was out without a vehicle for a couple months before that. So I was excited to have one. So I took it, and a few days later, I didn't do a lot of driving. I just drove to work and my daughter to work. And a few days later, I noticed that there was something wrong with the rear end on the highway. It was wobbling, and it didn't feel right. And when I was heavy braking on the highway, it was seriously felt unsafe. So I contacted them and said there's a problem with the rear end, and I know auto mechanics, so I looked under it, and it's the control arm of the rear differential, which holds it on. So it's pretty serious. If it had failed, it could have been killed or killed someone else. So I contacted him immediately, and he said no problem, and he'll fix it when the title comes in. And I said, well, we don't know when the title's coming in, and I have a daughter that I drive to work every day, and I'm in the car every day, and we need to take care of it right away. No problem. Okay. So I went to see him, and told him what it is, and he said, okay, we'll do this, just call me in a few days. And I said, all right, but we need to take care of this soon, and, I need the car. So I called, and he evaded my calls. I called from my cell phone 5 or 6 times that day, called from a different number, and he picked up immediately. Blowing me off. He didn't have time. It was continually blowing me off. And finally, after, I'd call and he wouldn't answer, I'd just go there eventually. And there's so many times, I can't remember how many times I called and had to go down there, and every time it was, what's the problem with the car? And I'm like, I've already told you this like 10 times. It's the rear control arm. And he said, all right, come tomorrow. My mechanic gets in at 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. So I arrived there at 5 p.m. that day, and the mechanic was just leaving. And he said he didn't know about the issue, and I said I was supposed to be here at 5 to see you, and he said, that's funny, I leave at 5 o'clock. So I thought that was weird. And so I contacted Paul again, and he said, what's the problem? And I said, didn't the mechanic tell you? He said he was going to explain the situation and what was wrong with the vehicle, and he didn't. He said, no, he didn't. Blew me off again, and I finally yelled at the guy, because this was like 3 weeks later, I'm pushing a month. Well, first, the plate was expiring during this whole thing, and he wasn't even doing anything for the plate. I'm like, well, issue a new plate. And he said, why am I going to do this? And I said, because the title's not in, and I'm going to be driving illegally in about 2 days. And he says, and he almost looked at me like, trying to like just make me leave. Like, I was like, oh, are you going to do something? Because I'm not going to have a vehicle, and I need to get to work, and my daughter needs to get to work. And again, I raised my voice because it didn't look like he was going to do anything like usual. And so he said, fine. Come tomorrow. You actually changed the paperwork. He gave me a new paperwork. This is not the original. This is the second one of the same bill of sale, but he just changed the date. I don't know exactly what he did to it, but he changed something and said, just tell the police that the title is not in yet and that the dealership is waiting for the title from the registry. So I said, okay. And the next time I went there, before I went for the repair, he finally, when I blew up, he finally said, come tomorrow, we will do this. And so I said, there's been so much dishonesty and I don't trust this guy at this point. I actually called the Registry of Motor Vehicles in Rhode Island, where it was previously issued from. And the lady said, I can't tell you much, I can only tell you yes or no. And I said, well, was the title even ordered? And she said, no, you better get your money back. And so before I went down there, I had this information that shortly I wasn't going to have a vehicle and I might be out a lot of money, and me and my daughter were not going to have a car after that. So I was pretty upset about it. So again, I yelled at him, and this time he ran out, and I brought my, I pulled out my back doing some concrete work that night before, and so I brought my daughter in case I fell, I wouldn't be able to get back up. And so she was there, and my mother had given me a ride. So my mother and daughter are here. I told him, I want my money back, and he said, no, you can just leave the car and go. So I yelled at him, I want my money back or I'm calling the police. He ran out the door. He goes into the garage. We look out the window. He's banging on the garage, and he's yelling. And two guys, the two mechanics that were always there, came running out. And so we felt intimidated. So we left, almost running. I was crawling the night before. I couldn't even walk. So I hurried as fast as I could to the edge of the property. And I called the police from there. My daughter and my mother called because they were in fear, because it was a very intimidating situation. They were definitely coming after us. It was, we were in fear. It was scary. And my daughter was crying. She called the police herself because she was so scared. And so I happened to look, and right away I had to pull out my knife, actually. I had a pocket knife. And he charged at me and my daughter. And the other two men were behind him, and he was running at me full force. So I stepped back, and I pulled out my pocket knife, and I said, stay back. And that's when I looked, and the police were already there. It was really fast. They must have been just around the block. I said, thank God, because this guy was, charging at us. And I don't know if you can see the tape, but that's what it is. It's intimidating, it's scary. And especially with my daughter there. And so the police arrive, and, they're looking at me because I had a knife. And I was like, I just had to defend my family from these guys. And still, they wanted, they were like, we're going to send you a summons, and, they might press charges against you. And I'm like, well, I called you here because I just got, burned on a car and almost attacked by 3 guys with my daughter. And so, I don't know. I don't want to get into that. But anyway, I find that I called immediately Kingston Auto, okay? And I talked to Sahan here. And he said he's not affiliated with them. And it was quite a shock that it was, this is a fake, paperwork from a dealership that he doesn't own. He actually stamped their stamp in front of me twice from the dealership that says Kingston Auto Sales, 1888 Kingston Road. All right, it looked really official. I didn't think there was any issue with this.
Sir,
Yes.
I want to stop you for 1 second because I think I'm confused.
Yes.
So are you telling this honorable body that you bought a car in Attleboro, Massachusetts from Greenlight Auto, and
yes,
the documentation that you have that was signed by an individual at the dealerships as a different dealer's
I
name?
thought there was an affiliate, and I thought like the owner maybe owned the other dealership as well, and that's how they did the repair plate, because I needed the repair plate, or he needed the repair plate. I didn't need a repair plate, he did. So I didn't question it. And the stamp, I was like, oh, he's gonna stamp, and he stamped it, so I didn't question it.
So, in addition to that, are you telling us that when you went back there with concern that there was a different set of paperwork handed to you with that same dealer name on to extend the time one would have to register the vehicle in your own name?
Yeah, I was on this case about it, but I didn't question the paperwork because I thought it was his paperwork.
How long were you driving around town in what you thought was your vehicle with repair plates on it?
Almost a month.
And where is the vehicle today?
And I had to have it towed back to my house. He said, you can leave it here, I don't care. And I chose to have something out of the deal because honestly, there's no title, it's not titleable, it's like a salvage car or something. I don't know where the original paperwork is. It's actually only worth $300 or $400 in scrap. And I paid $1,500. So, you know,
And
I'm out that
also,
money. And
if I can interrupt, that repair plate doesn't exist anymore, does it?
no, he had ripped it off when the police arrived.
Ripped it off, meaning taken it, removed it from the
Removed
vehicle
it
you
from
were
the vehicle
driving.
when the police arrived, correct.
So you don't know whose dealer plate that was?
I think it was issued, I thought it was issued from here, but I don't know, but because it came with also this from the registry from Progressive. I mean, this looks all pretty legitimate. This is.
That's why I was
Number of
confused, sir. I
motor
didn't mean to
vehicles.
interrupt you, but I wanted,
Yeah.
in my mind, to make sure that I was
I gotcha.
hearing what you were trying to articulate. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that I understood
Yes.
where you were coming from. Thank you. You can continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay. Yeah, so with that knowledge, I was upset about it because it was predetermined. I found this car. Anybody could have found this car. You could have just shopping for a car, found that car, and gone down there, and it would have been the same issue because there's been other issues I've looked. There's been many other people that have had similar situations, and with the repair plates too. And you know what? A previous boss of mine used to own the dealership, and I went there for that reason, thinking that I'd make it a good deal or, you know, be treated nicely. And that wasn't the case. And it was, you know, this was something that was premeditated. They knew that they couldn't get a title for this vehicle, and they were going to rip someone off. This is more like grand larceny. This isn't like, you know, we're disagreeing about the terms of services or something like that. And a car that could have killed me and my daughter or someone else or everybody. And this is like, this is not something that's not, this is so bad. I've never been treated like this. And I own two businesses. I run and operate two businesses. I make sure everyone's happy. I want people happy. I don't go out of my way to, you know, try to make more off of something that, you know, my services. I just don't understand it.
Could you give me the address of that facility that's in red on that? Just
this one?
For the
the
records.
Kingston?
Yep.
The Kingston is 1880 Kingston Road, and that's in Kingston, Rhode Island.
Can I have that? I'm gonna make a copy of it. Do you mind, Councilor Cooper?
He can submit it as part of the record. I think we have, I think I have it.
I think it's in the packets I gave everybody.
I'm sort of asking these questions for the benefit of the council and the public. Is there a phone number on that?
There is.
The actual owner's here to speak.
Oh, perfect. Never mind, sir.
Actually, yeah, I don't have the number.
Yeah.
Never mind, thank you. Were you done, sir? I'm sorry I interrupted you again, I
Man,
apologize.
I'm kind of upset, and I know there's a lot that happened. I've been there so many times, and I feel like I'm leaving something out.
Is there any
I'll
questions
bring up.
for Council Dolan?
Can I help him?
Yes.
Fill in the
Sure.
gaps, because I've been in contact with Jesse numerous times. One thing he's leaving out, and I'm not saying purposefully or anything, I'm just saying that he's got a lot on his plate. With the altercation he's talking about, that transpired down there, when the police went and, you know, obviously he's the one with the knife, so obviously they were looking at him. The police went in to talk to Paul Aoun, if that, I'm not sure if I'm saying that properly, but anyway, of course, he said it was him, blah, blah, blah. The police said, then let's see the surveillance footage. And Paul stated it doesn't cover that area. So the police went into the little office that they have there, and it does indeed cover that area. Then he said he doesn't have the password to get into the surveillance. So they confiscated the surveillance, and they reviewed the surveillance, and they saw, and it states that Ayoun was aggressively moving towards Sheridan, flailing his arms, yelling and closing in on Sheridan. At that time, officers, excuse me, observed Sheridan remove a pocket knife. Officers observed Sheridan display the knife in a self-defense posture. Officers observed Ayoun quickly retreating when the knife is displayed. Sheridan does not advance towards Ayoun. Sheridan is observed returning the knife to his pockets as soon as the threat from Ayoun is over. So they, you know, there's quite a bit going on here.
You know, if I didn't have that knife, I feel like that I don't think he would have stopped, honestly. So I'm glad. You know.
Any additional comments for Mr. Shea?
Just a quick question. You may have said it and I might have missed it.
Yes.
Was there like a 30-day agreement where they would repair anything in 30 days?
No, it was just under my impression that, actually, one other thing too is I was under the impression I was under the lemon law. And I noticed after he put, I didn't even notice this because I was so excited to get a car that he actually wrote the sale for more than what I gave him, which I never understood. I can only think of one thing, one reason why you would do that.
Okay.
You know? And it's bigger than this.
Any additional questions for the gentleman? Thank you very much for coming in this evening.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else, excuse me, is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the possible revocation, suspension, or modification to the Class 2 license for Greenlight Auto Sales?
My name is Sahan Nika, and I'm here on behalf of Kingston Auto Sales, 1880 Kingstown Road.
Sure, just spell your name for me, sir, for the record.
S-A-H-A-N-D, last name is N-I-K-K-H-A-H.
Thank you. So you are the owner of?
Manager.
You're the
It's
manager.
a family-owned business.
Thank you. Okay.
So this started for me about several months ago. A few different municipalities from around called asking if we had sold certain vehicles. They spoke with my service writer who told them no, we had not. Brought it up to my attention, but I didn't think anything of it. A couple weeks later, I get a phone call from Jesse telling me about what's happening, and I said, impossible. How could another business forge another business's information? I mean, why would you even do that? It makes no sense. After auction one day, I went there, posed as a customer, and acted like I was buying a car. So I went there, he showed me several vehicles, most which had problems that were safety concerns anyway. One of them had ball tires, another one had a check engine light. Those were still not concerning because they could be fixed before I picked up the vehicle. One vehicle that did concern me was a Toyota Camry that upon startup emitted a lot of blue smoke, which pretty much is letting you know the motor's done. It's burning oil. And that's one of the biggest things. It's a huge red flag when you're at auction or anything that the car is on its last leg. When I saw the blue smoke, I kind of laughed and said, oh, it's all right, it's a Toyota, just to see what he would do. And he goes, yeah, you know, it's a Toyota. And, you know, I just laughed on the inside because you're just seeing that much smoke. You're giving somebody a time bomb. If it's burning that much smoke, basically what happens is using the oil, and you would think that your oil lasts about 3,000 miles. Well, in that car, it might only go about 1,500 before it goes too low and detonates the motor. So after a few minutes of going back and forth, I told him that I'm interested in buying the vehicle, and we went inside to do the paperwork. He didn't procure my Kingston Auto paperwork, which isn't our template, but it's like an official looking template with all of our information.
And wait a minute, sir, I'm going to interrupt you just for 1 second for clarity for myself and probably everybody else. So you're telling me that you went to this dealership to buy a vehicle just to see what would happen, and when you looked at this Toyota Camry, the paperwork that was put in front of you was for the facility in which you are the general manager?
No. Okay. So what had happened was I tried stalling so he could have some of the paperwork filled out. So when I said I'll take the car, I was like, hey, you know, while you go get the paperwork started, can I send some pictures to my friends and put some videos on social media and stuff? And he was like, sure. So I killed a few minutes hoping that the paperwork would already be out. And I went in there and, it wasn't out yet because I was just basically trying to catch him red-handed. The paperwork wasn't out yet. We talked for another few minutes. We talked about the deposit. I gave him the deposit, but he kept asking for my license. I was hoping while we were kind of talking he would pull out the paperwork. But when it got to the point where he asked for my license another time, and it pretty much got to the point where I had to give him my license, I didn't want him having my address, so I just was like, at this point, who's Kingston Auto to you? He kind of made a little bit of a face, and then after that was like, well, who are they to you? And I go, I own the business. And I'm getting phone calls and from people telling me that you're doing shady practices using my name, and now I'm concerned that my windows are going to be smashed out. And so when I end up speaking to him...
Sir, 1 second. Council Conte, do you have a question?
So the paperwork that you're holding up, is that a standard form?
So there's a bunch of generic templates, and this is one of like the standard templates, but this is not the one we use.
That particular document is not a document that you yourself created or your business created?
Not at all.
You're purchasing that from somebody else?
I'm sorry?
You're purchasing that form from somebody else, a printer?
Yeah, you get it from different companies that have different like style templates.
So anybody can buy those forms from the company that provides them?
Different companies, yes.
And that paperwork that you have has your company address on it, printed on it, or added to it?
No, it's printed. So he went out of his way to make these because these are pre-printed on there. One of the other things is, so the temporary plate is issued from Rhode Island, and I don't know if you guys have this or if I should pass it around.
We can make copies.
And so the thing is Rhode Island takes it very seriously. Every few months we have to reset the password to where we go in the DMV to issue temporary plates. So even when Jesse called me, I immediately went there to double check and be like, how could any have done this? Did they get our password? Did this? We never had issued this. So whoever made this, and this is very legitimate looking, they went in there and then doctored everything on a computer to change the dates, to change everything specifically. But this is the exact way that the receipt would be through DMV when I print it. The other thing that even Jesse brought up is the man made a stamp. If you're not doing this once, you're not doing this twice, you made a stamp to mass produce what you're doing, which I thought was ridiculous. And then even when I talked to him, and...
Yeah, just 1 second, sir.
The issue of the stamp, are you talking about a signature stamp? Are you talking
No,
about
he has a stamp of our business information just so he can speed it up and put it in the few places that it requires our business information.
So it's the business name and address?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So apparently he's doing enough of these where he didn't want to be bothered to handwrite them out, so he could stamp them and I guess maybe produce more. When I asked him more about the situation, he just kind of got rude and was like, sue me. Then after that, he was like, call the police, which I told him both are happening. I go, do you know what you committed? It's identity theft and a half. I was like, how can you play so foolish? And he acted like it wasn't a crime or anything like that. I'd be hard pressed to believe any grown man wouldn't know he was committing a crime. But at the end of the day, too, you definitely know you're not getting a check from me because you wrote yourself as a salesman slot under my business, and I don't pay you. So at the very least, you're writing yourself as a salesman through another business. And so, like I said, we kind of had the little quick altercation. I called the police. The police showed up, but before anything get really good, they got a call for some kind of bank robbery. And, he was like, you should probably leave. And I said, yeah. And so here we are. And like I said, I still can't believe that it happened. I don't know why you would have a legitimate business and do all this. But all I know is the guy's a predator. He's picking on people that are in an unfortunate situation. And he's taking the last few bucks. And on my end, too, I drive to work every single day just wondering if I'm going to pull up to a parking lot full of smashed cars because I don't know how many people he's robbed, essentially. And that's flat out what it is. This is a robbery, plain and simple.
Have you reported this to the state of Rhode Island? Whoever deals with the
I called the DMV, state police. State police said if there's other police involved, that they'll contact them if they need to. As far as I know, Attleboro and I believe Mass State Police are involved. I never got a point of contact from the Mass State Police. I know he's been charged with several things, but I still think that there's a lot more involved with this dealership. Again, I still don't know what he does with the paperwork. You can't claim the money. I don't know why he's doing it. Even like Jesse said, he sells them the car for $1,800, but he writes it for $3,000. But I don't understand why. But like I said, that's not my place to figure out, I guess.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Any Council Vice President Jackson?
Thank you. So, hi, Nika.
Yeah.
Do you have copies of the police reports and the affidavits?
On me, no.
No, but you do have copies.
I can get them, yes.
No, okay, I just want to make sure you have them, because I was going to offer them to you, because we all have them.
Some of those aren't public record.
Okay, good to know. Doesn't say that.
All the ones that are, he has.
So,
yes, all the
would you
ones.
say that it was the complexity of being on the border of two states that hampered your ability to commence some prosecution in your own state? I mean, you're a Rhode Island business.
Yeah.
Someone is impersonating you in Massachusetts. You went to Rhode Island first, I would guess, to say that someone's...
No, just Attleboro right there. Because once I just didn't even think anything was happening until I went there. But when someone tells you a business is copying and forging your documentation, if it's a legitimate business, why would they do it? You are a dealership. You could write your own bill of sale. Why, if you're going to screw somebody, you could still just do that, excuse my language, with your own
So let
documentation.
me follow up with a question. Since all this has happened, have you found being on the border of the two states has complicated things?
Yeah, a little bit, for sure. I definitely do not think that this was handled correctly. It was a very uphill battle to get the police to do anything. And I still feel like there wasn't enough charges brought up against this whole situation, to be honest. I think there's only 2 charges that were being brought up against him, but even at that, it was a few phone calls. I called, we don't really know what crimes are committed. Where the detective's kind of figuring it out. What do you have to figure out? And that's the other thing, too. And even on Jesse's behalf, I even called the officer and was like, listen, if this was between a business and a person, I can understand it was a disagreement where they would go to court. I go, but if he flat out just conned him, I go, what's different from this or some back alley transaction? I go, it's a robbery, plain and simple, but they're not doing anything on Jesse's behalf. All the charges that they've gone after, the dealership is just 1 or 2, I think, forgery charges or something, where I feel like a lot more has to come up out of this.
So, to give you a little comfort in the process, what I have done in these cases in the past is I myself have called both the Rhode Island State Police, obviously the Attleboro Police Department. I've spoken to the police chief, and I have spoken to the Attorney General's office in Rhode Island several times on cases when we've had these types of complaints to see if there was anything in the state of Rhode Island that they needed any help or support from us or vice versa. In fact, from time to time, we've had members of bordering municipalities and bordering law enforcement sitting in the audience. I don't recognize any of the faces tonight. However, I have talked to them on the phone, and they have come themselves to hear testimony on cases like this when they've heard from us. So clearly, just in the spirit of transparency, I will be calling them to find out the details, if there are any, in those bordering communities, states.
Thank you. We'll discuss this later.
Sure.
Just a quick question, if I may. Are you aware of any consumer fraud complaints filed with the Attorney General's office in either state?
Nothing yet. Even when I talked to the dealer commissioner of the Rhode Island DMV, they said they hadn't heard anything. I brought it to their attention. I also talked to our local police just in case they got any phone calls, just to let them know to start pointing them in a different direction. But when I did speak with the Rhode Island Dealer Commission, the guy just chuckled and said, I know Green Light. So he apparently was already familiar with them and some of the stuff they've done, and he's from Rhode Island and shouldn't have even heard their name ever. But I was just shocked because when I even called the state police, I'm surprised the state isn't more upset about the fact that their paperwork and then their documentation is being forged. This is a pretty big thing. I mean, you guys have us reset our passwords every month. It's so serious. But when I told the state police, like, they'll let us know. And I was kind of shocked that they just instantly brushed it off, and it was not even a 2-minute phone call with them. But like I said, it's just I was a little disappointed with the way it was all handled, but thankfully at least we're somewhere and someone can put a stop to this, because like I said, this guy's just preying on people that just don't know any better, and there's nothing worse than someone that does that.
Councilor Dolan and then Councilor Conti.
Just to point out a couple points, the forgery, those are felonies, by the way.
Okay.
And second, to clarify, I wasn't on the council then, just so you know, and I think you're aware that this is the location that it was A-OK Auto Sales. Paul Aon, you guys revoked his license. I was not part of it then. I wasn't part when it turned to green light. I came after the fact, but just so you know, it was A-OK. Paul was the one on the license at that point, and now he's the one but there's
If
a
I could
different owner.
throw
There's a different owner.
the president to the
So he didn't.
licensed chair, in your visits to various auto dealerships, have you been able to observe how auto dealerships are protecting themselves from impersonation of other auto dealerships, either through secure papers or specially printed forms or nothing? No, it's never gotten that detailed.
It's back to proper person, right, Richard?
Well, it's just that, yes, of course, it's all about proper person, but in this day and age, any computer scanning and reproducing, I mean, it's so
Absolutely.
so easy to reproduce.
Well, I mean, you know, short of walking in and frisking them and asking for documentation, I mean, you know, no, I don't.
I will add, I was going to wait until later in the public hearing, but I did go back and watch the February 2015.
Yeah, I watched it too.
In its entirety, and one of the people that testified was Jamie McKenna, God rest her soul, who had an issue with this dealership, and I had heard from time to time from Jamie at the football field what she was going through with this particular dealership, because our kids were in the same, and the characters are different, but the story's the same.
No, the characters aren't different, that's the problem.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Well, the main character is the same.
Yeah.
Although he was, excuse me, let me just, through to the chair. When AOK came in for licensing, that was under Paul.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Right, he came in as the owner, but
Mhm.
Greenlight did not come in under Paul Ayoun.
That's correct.
His name was not on that.
That's correct.
That's
So,
correct.
yeah, so now he's in there, but he
That's
wasn't
correct.
on there. So it wasn't something we would have noticed, because it came
Right, because it
under a
goes
We
through,
weren't
it goes
looking.
through the
We
query
weren't
checks
looking
and
for-
all that stuff, so when we assume it's
another
legit, when it goes
legitimate
through.
owner, a new owner.
Right, it
Yeah.
goes through the new process of how the new licenses work.
Yeah.
Any additional questions or comments for the gentleman, and then we can.
Thank
No,
you
I
for
think-
for
Thank
coming
you.
and
There's just
being
one little
patient.
piece I'd left out, if you guys
Sure.
don't mind. When Officer Gravel had arrived and I explained to him what was happening, went in there and questioned Paul. And Paul still, for some reason, didn't take it seriously. And then what happened was Officer Gravel finally was like, listen, like, where did you get the paperwork? And he was like, oh, I can't say, I don't, whatever. And once finally Officer Gravel goes, no, listen, I'm taking you, or are you giving me a name? That's when he came up and said, Derek. He goes, I got the paperwork from Derek. And I go, who's Derek to you? And he goes, it's one of my employees. I go, so what's Derek to Kingston Auto? He goes, oh, he owns Kingston Auto Sales. And I go, well, he doesn't, but again, what's Derek to you? How long have you known him? Derek apparently came about 3 months prior and was his detailing guy. And he told me that his detailing guy owned Kingston Auto Sales, and so he told him all the paperwork's legitimate. And at that point, then he went to give the information to Officer Gravel, and that's when the call came in with the bank robbery in progress. So just a lot of it, I mean, from start to finish was all lies. By the way, I recorded the whole thing, so if you guys ever want any of that too, I recorded everything I did with him. So that's another thing too. If you guys want that, I could definitely forward that to you guys. But I don't think that's going to be necessary. I'm just seeing what's going on.
Any additional questions for the gentleman at this time? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming, thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the possible revocation, suspension, or modification to the Class 2 license? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition?
Good evening, councilors. My name is Attorney Steve Shawnoff. I represent Greenlight Auto Sales for this hearing. This is John Jiha, the director and owner of Greenlight. I was retained approximately a month ago, right before the holidays. I've had several conversations with the Attleboro solicitor. Don't worry, I won't bill the town for that. And with Councilor Dolan, and have uncovered much of what the council has uncovered. My client, Mr. Jiha, was duped much like the council was, to put it bluntly. When the predecessor company, AOK, had its license revoked approximately 4 years ago when Paul was the owner. John was familiar with him. John's a great guy. He's a 27-year owner of Jihad's Sitco in Pawtucket.
Among other businesses.
Among other businesses.
Run legit.
Paul was familiar with John and gave him a sob story about the license being revoked due to a bankruptcy. John took over as owner of the business. He is guilty of being an absentee owner and letting Paul run as a manager. After he retained me, I pieced together exactly what went down. John and I both feel bad for the customers. He had no idea this was going on. What we're hoping today is that this isn't too little too late. John is willing to remove Paul. Paul is not a proper person, as the council would define it, to be running this facility. I have had conversations with Paul and explained that to him, and I know John has as well. The only added complication to the short time frame we've had to remove him was the fact that we also discovered that Paul put his wife on the corporate papers and is refusing to leave. I have given John the advice, since he still is the owner, to call the police and have him forcibly removed. John thus far has not done that, in hopes that he can amicably...
So wait a minute, I need to interrupt you again.
Yes, sir.
I need to interrupt again, because this honorable body issued a license with a condition. I made the motion
Yes, sir.
that Mr. Jiha would act as the president, treasurer, secretary, and general manager of Greenlight Auto Sales with the new license being issued. Is that happening today?
So the
I
complication...
need a yes, sir. It's very easy.
You can ask
I
John.
need you to say yes or no.
He's going to attempt to do that today, but you raise an interesting
No,
point. if
I don't.
can
It's not an interesting point, sir. It was crystal clear when this honorable body agreed to issue a license to Mr. Jiha on whatever day we did it on a single condition, and that single condition was that Mr. Jiha would act as the president, treasurer, secretary, and general manager of Greenlight Auto Sales going forward until the date of this hearing. Is that happening today?
Honestly, President, first of all, good evening to all of you, President and the honorable body. I did what the attorney says, like, give him he had the dealership before, President, as A-OK. And he come to my gas station as a customer.
Sir, I don't mean you any disrespect, but I don't care about the story.
To
I
answer your
want
question
the answer to my
specifically, President,
question.
Part-time, yes.
That was not,
And he's the manager, he's not.
so I have I have a problem. I have a problem today. And my problem is this, that this council did not give you a license to operate that way, sir.
I agree. I make a mistake, I admit to my mistake, and I'm here to plead what happened and ask if he can be removed and take over.
You own the business, sir.
Correct, I understand, President, but you heard the conversation. This guy, the past 2-3 months, I experienced what I found out he's doing, he's being a wild man, vicious, and I asked him more than repeatedly about 30 days from the day I spoke to Council Donna Dawn. This guy, he shouldn't be in, I agree with you 100%. I'm at fault. That guy shouldn't be in the business in the city of Attleboro, where my kids went to, that I have a special spot for the city of Attleboro. Regardless, I granted the license one more chance or not. He's a shameful person, and I admit it from the bottom of my heart. And I do respect what you went through. Okay, I'll give you my business card. You contact me.
President, I'll ask, and with all of you here, with my respect to you all, if I get a chance with my nephew here to run a business as of tomorrow, and he's being removed, they make that transition. President, he got cars on the lot, purchased on floor plan. Okay? I know with big heart, get you a lot of trouble, and it did to me. I'm a father of 3 daughters, and I spoke to Council Dolan, pharmacist, a doctor, and a lawyer. And they're all a product of high school in the city of Attleboro, Bishop Fan. So I admit my mistakes, and I ask you all to consider that, because that person, he will no longer be step foot at 650 Washington Street. Till he make that transition, I ask you respectfully to suspend the license till I make that transition, remove him completely out of there. Now, you heard the story about these 2 gentlemen, and I heard about it since that happened, President. Now, I'm gonna take action. And I'll remove him, and then your honorable body here, if
John, I'm gonna interrupt you, John.
Yes, sir.
Your beautiful heart has cost you your credibility.
That's right.
It's gone.
Correct.
Because you have no credibility, you cannot have a license. This was in black and white.
Correct.
This was a fact.
Right.
This was the law.
This is true.
And you did not obey it.
I did.
You did not obey it. To the law, to the black and white,
Right.
what it said you did not do.
Right, but, you know, as an owner, business owner, you hire a manager, correct?
Credibility is gone, John.
Yeah, but-
What you're saying
Yeah, Council
is
County
just
Board-
words and I'm not hearing them.
No, but it's gonna take we're gonna take action. Right. I respect that.
Your
I'm gonna
promises
take
are
action.
worthless, John.
No, I haven't promised that till now, till this situation happening, and I'm trying to remove that guy. I asked him several times. I spoke to Council Dolan.
Did you
several
call the
times.
Attleboro Police to have him removed?
I
Did
did.
you change you did?
Change the locks.
Did, wait, I didn't hear,
I didn't, no.
you did not. Did you change the locks on the building?
I didn't, President.
Did you have the vehicles that belong to you removed?
Yes.
You did, so nothing on,
Not him personally, no. All the cars bought with his permission as the manager of the place.
but with your money?
No, his
Because you
money.
own the business.
His money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That-
see,
therein
this is
lies a huge
Getting deeper and
problem.
deeper and deeper for me. Yep,
That's,
so,
that's the problem right there. If none of these cars are yours, you're not the owner. You were never the owner. You were only the owner on paper.
Correct.
Right.
I mean, I admit it.
That's not legal.
But there's somebody, no, Council, if he, he put his money and I
A
trusted
manager
him.
doesn't do that. An employee doesn't do that. If you have an employee, they do something wrong, you fire them, they leave immediately. If these vehicles are his, he's the owner. You're the owner on paper. It's like when someone has a bad driving record and grandma gets insurance for them so they don't pay $6,000 a year instead of paying, $600 a year. That's exactly what you did.
No, but he used the money
No,
from the
please-
bank, Council.
please don't interrupt
Okay,
me.
No, I'm sorry.
This started off dishonest from the get-go. I mean, listen, I think every conversation you've been extremely respectful. I think you're a nice guy. But, I mean, you had no hand in running this business, which is a good thing because he did everything horrific and you didn't, which is great. But you're still the owner. You knew his license was revoked at the same location for horrible business practices. You left the business in his hands, that someone that clearly has bad business practices. And even after this came to light, and despite the fact that you said that you were going to have him removed immediately, you still didn't do it at that point. And there was he called the police on January 1st for a theft. I talked to you after that, and you didn't even know about that. Your attorney didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. This is your business after we already laid down the law of what needed to be done. You didn't know that he called in a robbery. And a robbery, the funny thing is, it was surveillance equipment that was taken. What was on that surveillance equipment? What has he done since the time we asked him to be removed? And it just seems like, and then you have these people that their lives are upside down. I mean, Jesse clearly, you know, when someone's buying a used car, they're putting all their money into it and has nothing. And has nothing for everything this guy put him through. And I've pulled my back out before, and if I had to walk into a dealership and deal with that when I can barely walk, been there. He's been through way more than anybody deserves.
But Council, all this surfaced in the past 3 months. Before, when he was A-OK, I wasn't aware what the revoke of his
It
license.
doesn't matter what surfaced.
I
You
know
put
Your
your
Honor.
name on a business just so he could
It's a
have the
trust, and I
business.
admit
Here's
I
a
made the
gift to
mistake.
you.
I make the mistake, it wasn't me.
And you're gonna pay for it.
Right, so, I mean,
Listen, I don't wanna, you've been very nice every time we've talked on the phone. You've been very cooperative, and I don't wanna sound brash with you, but this started off dishonest to begin with. I
Not on
understand
my
he's from
part.
your country and you wanted to do right by him. He has a family, but you know what? These people
I agree.
have families too. And now Jesse's daughter doesn't have a vehicle to drive. So he's running two businesses, doing exactly what you're doing, trying to survive, as well as the gentleman from Kingston Auto Sales.
I think the bottom line, counselors, if I can be heard, is what I started with, is that this individual perpetrated a fraud on Mr. Jihad, just as he's being accused of.
He's taken zero action that he can articulate to this council in regards to the license that we issued, and says he's still there part-time. And so what I'm gonna ask at this time is that we let the gentleman continue with his testimony to this honorable body. We will determine the outcome of that, and I will call for a special meeting on Thursday. Oh, I can't do it Thursday. It'd have to be Friday. We've got to take action. We have got to take action. And in order to do that, she has to have a committee meeting, she has to post for it 48 hours, and then this council has to come back and vote. So,
I can give you part of my capital improvement and city development Thursday night meeting, the 29th.
all right, let's let this, and then we'll sort out the.
29th?
I've got some questions to ask.
Sure.
No,
Thank you.
Thursdays, what
So-
about, sorry.
So you found out about this 3 months ago.
correct.
So why is he still here? That's what I'm struggling with, right? So it's more of a rhetorical, we've already gone down that road. Part of what we look for is the owner a proper person? By your own attorney's admission, he said you're not.
That's not what I said. I said Paul was not a proper person. John is a
Fine,
proper
Paul's
person.
not a proper
That's
person.
a
And you
big
know what?
distinction.
But, fine, but here's the thing. I get business. I understand business. I've been in business for years. I don't have the ability to push the buck onto somebody else. You're the owner. Fraud was going on in your business. And so you found out about 3 months ago. What have you done to make it right with with one, Kingston Auto, and two, Jesse?
I honestly didn't know anything about Kingston or till not even 3 weeks ago.
So to me, that's a problem, with all due respect, to not know what's
I mean,
going
this
on.
guy-
November.
Point of
You
order,
knew in
Councilor Dolan.
November. I'm sorry, I
No,
apologize.
I'm sorry, you.
But, sir, I
absolutely
have the
right.
floor. I have the
Go ahead,
floor.
yes.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm really struggling to get my arms around this. You haven't made a compelling case as to why we should sit here and say, you know what, this guy deserves another chance, because the reality is, bad things are happening at a business that you own, that by your own admission, you're not there.
You
And
count.
to me, that's very problematic.
Counsel, I admit my mistake, being a good person, friend, to put the business in my name and here run it. So all this stuff, the bubble burst, and everything start happening. I wasn't, we're hearing everything. I wasn't say, okay, I go visit him. I said, how's it going? Is everything going well? So this happened explosively, and now it's on my shoulder.
I struggle with explosively when you've known about it for 3 months. To me, that's not explosive, that's kind of a slow
I said,
crawl.
everything is fine.
You've had several conversations with Councilor
And my
Dolan.
name, Council, my name on the license, I haven't received anything to me, or the police called me personally. It all dealt with him, as the manager of the place.
Who works for you?
Him. I understand, Council.
So, I get it, but so now he's
That's a
selling
confusing
cars.
situation, I admit.
It's not confusing. To me, it's
And
pretty
nice-
cut and dry.
I understand.
So again, sir, I have the floor, so what I will ask respectfully again
Sure, of course.
is, he's selling cars on your property that he pays for himself under your business name.
Correct.
But it's not your business name because it's not your company's money, and it's somebody else's name, technically, Kingston Auto. So there's just way,
Kingston Auto has nothing to do.
I'm done.
I'm talking about,
Thank you.
I'm talking about Green Light Auto Sale.
Oh, I get it, but it's run
Yes,
on
Council
your.
Holmes.
My name.
Thank you. So I think part of the reason why he hasn't been removed is I'm concerned about your safety, frankly. This sounds like
Correct,
this
correct.
sounds like an individual that
Correct,
does
Counsel.
not.
He's a very vicious guy.
But now you're asking us to also do you a favor because you're not wanting to kind of
No.
set a limit or to get him
No,
to be removed.
I asked, Counsel, I'm sorry.
No, one
Go ahead,
second.
yeah.
There's gonna have to be, I think that, I don't know if there's probably gonna be legal involvement in terms of, like the council mentioned, calling the police, maybe a restraining, I'm not sure what's gonna happen. But the way that you're gonna untangle from this individual, this is just the beginning of that process. So for us to say yes to a license we would be agreeing to continuing down this path. He hasn't left. He still owns cars there. So, that concludes.
That's why
In the public.
Hmm?
Councilor Reynolds.
So, you know, it's horribly convoluted here, but I mean, the bottom line is, as nice a man as you might be, as Ms. Dolan is stating, there were some perimeters way back when we gave the license to Greenlight, because we did not want Paul there anymore, and we took the license away from AOK, right?
No, that's not when
That's
we
a
set the
different-
parameters.
Well, Mark set
In
parameters,
November.
it said.
Right,
In
November.
November, that's
In
right,
November.
yes, and those parameters were there. And unfortunately, you did not adhere to them, so I think, based on what you're saying as well, is the only way that we can get that guy out of there is at this point, is to not allow the license and get him out, close it down, and if you decide to come back and try to win your way back into this city, then you do it that way. But we can't say, yes, we're going to give you a chance with him still there. We have to shut it down, I think. Get him out,
Agree.
totally out.
Agree.
And then you can come back and apply
Agree.
for a license again.
Agree.
And possibly get it or possibly not, but that's the way it would have to be done.
The other scenario I was going to suggest, again, he did come here to fall on his sword today and admit his wrongdoings. To have the license suspended until he adheres to every one of the conditions that the council is looking for, including the removal of Paul.
I will only speak for myself.
Yep.
As the council president, I cannot and will not support that. I will take every action afforded to me to prevent that from happening. Because I do not think in the 3 months that he's had, he's taken enough action to tell me that he's going to do what we need him to do. And that's protecting himself from anything physical that he thinks is coming his way, and protecting himself from his business entities from coming his way. So I, just in the spirit of just saying it right out loud and let you know where I stand, I cannot and would not support that in any way. In fact, what I'm thinking of trying to figure out with the help of the city clerk is how we do one of two things. We issue an immediate cease and desist, which the clerk would need to help the council do that, or if this public hearing, if there was no reason to continue to keep it open, to close it tonight and figure out how to get a cadence so that we could, take the necessary step that the council came, that was suggested, whether it be suspension, revocation, or modification of the existing license. And I don't have the answer for you right now, but as we work through those answers, we would certainly tell you, and Mr. Jiha through you, if that's what you wanted to do.
Thank you, President Cooper. The other problem that I'm struggling with here tonight is you just admitted that this guy Paul has you fearful. We have a responsibility to ensure that we're protecting the residents and anyone who comes into the city. And we have a guy who just tried to buy a car to bring himself and his daughter to work, who has had to take out a knife to protect himself and his daughter. And then this guy comes after him with two of his mechanics or thugs or whatever you want to call them. I'm struggling right now, man. I really am, because the reality is, you know, we can't, in my estimation and in good conscience, we can't say, yeah, we'll give you another shot because you're a nice guy, and you really do seem like a nice guy, but we can't put ourselves in a situation where we're going to allow you to continue business at a place where you just told us that you're fearful for your safety. So, I don't know. It's just, it is convoluted.
No,
It's
counsel.
counsel.
Him removed.
My mind's made up on this one, sir.
All right. Have him removed completely, and then we operate on a different entity, different management.
That's all things you have to do outside of this hearing this evening, Mr. Jihad. This is really about considering the possible revocation, suspension, or modification of the license that you have today. If you want to do something in the future, you can put that through the process.
Sure.
Anything else
I just
that you
have
want?
one question or comment that I would like to make about the gentleman here, the owner, and Jesse, the gentleman that, it's somewhere soon, you find a way to fix what has happened to them, because you were supposedly the real business owner, and I don't think that you would want them to be leaving in the dust here. So I would suggest that no matter whether you come back and apply, any good deed you do, quite frankly, for somebody that has been burnt at your business would be well worth it. I would suggest.
Counsel, I have the 2 cards to give it to them to contact me.
That's great.
I'll ask President and the honorable body is take action to remove them completely out of the place of business right now. Shut the place down, whatever it takes, Council, President and Council, and we'll go from there.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you that this, you know,
Suspend the license.
That will remove him from the
No,
building.
right. Yeah.
Mr. President, the only additional statement, and I don't think I'm going to change anyone's minds, it'll probably make things more convoluted, but one of the reasons Mr. Jihad failed to act quickly is it was uncovered that Paul also changed who the president was and vice president was and treasurer was of the company in this past fiscal year, unbeknownst to him. Mr. Jihad is still the owner and director, but those things were improperly changed. And again, when I was speaking to Councilman Dolan, one of her comments to me was that she wishes he hired me sooner, as do I, because I think a lot of these things could have been rectified sooner.
I mean, I got that fraud document, he put that name on the list of the treasury, and his wife and president, his wife, she's the treasurer, secretary, and the director, which I wasn't aware of it. He did it on his own.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm just gonna suggest, sir,
Yes.
you did get duped, obviously, and this is unfortunate, it has happened to you, unfortunate you came in late, but, I really would firmly, it's in my ward, so I firmly would like to just shut it down and have you come back, and we can talk about it at that point, when he is totally out of there, cleared out of there, the cops have moved him out, everything's gone. I just think I personally, as the person in that ward, would feel better about it.
I actually don't think he disagrees
No.
with that decision
At
at this
all.
point.
Yeah, it comes.
Please respect my wish, Council. It's not like personally or anything. I admit the mistake. Help the guy, and I'll take the brunt of the problem. But as council here, my respect to you all, shut the place down. And we'll reply with the lease still in my name till 2022, and then we'll go from there. And keep our finger crossed, everything will be to your satisfaction.
Thank you. Councilor Blair, then Vice President Jackson.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
You have a gentleman sitting here that's out $1,400, right? You own the company?
I'd be willing to pay him.
Pay the guy the $1,400 and
Right
take
now.
that car back
Right now.
before you come back here.
No, I pay him right now in front of everybody.
No.
You don't have to
No,
do that.
you don't have
Have
to
to
do
do
that.
that.
You don't have to do
My
that.
suggestion
exchange
is,
money.
Absolutely, honestly.
fix that problem.
I will.
You're the owner.
Yes.
The buck stops at the top. I've been in business I was in business in the automobile business for 55 years. Never welched on a thing, and I sold cars, too.
I respect that.
Take care of that gentleman.
I'm sorry, again, please accept my apology. As I said, I explained to myself who I am, but I did it out of the goodness of my heart, and I'm taking the brunt of it. But as of tomorrow, you're called to shut the place down. I have no problem whatsoever.
I'm gonna explain that to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, we're gonna, President Cooper's gonna look into seeing how we can go about doing a cease and desist order along with the city clerk. But it's not our responsibility to remove this Paul Ayoum. That's up to you, but you review that with your council.
Absolutely.
And then get that taken care of immediately.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But we are gonna take action on this piece of business, whatever that, I can't commit to what that action is, I'm one of 11, but I think you're hearing pretty loud and clear what is likely to happen, right? And I'm gonna see how we do that as quickly as we can, and then we'll go from there.
And I'll take action ASAP to remove him completely out of there.
Thank you.
All right?
Anything else?
Appreciate your time, and sorry to make you stay late.
That's okay.
Amazing hearing for 2 hours. I never. And by the way, Paul is my customer, but I mean, I salute the guy. I even give him my card. He said, if you're ever in Pawtucket, stop by. I'll give you free oil change. Joe. So I'm not
Thank you.
here to butter you up, guys. I'm just telling you. I admit, Mr. Conti, as you listen, I did make the mistake being a good man. All right. So, trust me when I tell you, I keep my finger crossed with my respect to you, and you'll see, when we reopen topic here, the license again, you'll see how kind of operation you have. I'm not been in business 27 years because I'm a good-looking guy. I'm not. Because I work hard, and I do respect that, but unfortunately, he's a scammer, he's no good, and he doesn't deserve to be in any city. Not the city of Attleboro that I admire. He shouldn't be in business anywhere. And trust me when I tell you, wherever he go, he's down. So, take my word for it as a man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good night, and Happy New Year,
Thank
and
you,
then
Councilors.
we'll see each other again.
Thank you.
Thank
Right?
you.
But please, whatever action you gotta take, tomorrow 7 o'clock I open the station, I'll call him, he has to be out. That's it. And I honestly, as a gentleman, ask him, beg him, leave, screaming, yelling, and I have a confrontation in my own gas station. So,
That's what the police are for.
I know, you know what, but sometime,
No, now you use the police.
from now on, Vice President, I will do that. All right,
Thank you.
President?
Thank you.
Thank you all, God bless you, and then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Is there?
I just had a couple things that if I could add.
You can't talk again.
Oh, sir, you can address the council one time. It's not a debate, right? And quite frankly, I think we've heard enough. Councilor Dolan, do you see any reason to, oh, wait a minute. Is there anyone to speak neither for nor against? Anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, Councilor Dolan, do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
I don't.
This public hearing is closed, and we will move on to the reading of the next public hearing.
Yes. The next one is the public hearing relative to the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, Section 7-8, Health, as it pertains to the solid waste fee reduction for eligible property taxpayers.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, this is in zoning, your committee,
Yes.
right? Do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open? We'll close that public hearing and move on to the third public hearing.
Yes, the next public hearing is relative to the proposed amendment to the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, Section 10, motor vehicles and parking, as it pertains to parking restrictions on Beagle Club Road.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, this is also in
No, transportation and traffic.
Transportation, yes. Do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
No, President Cooper.
Thank you. That public hearing is also closed. Hold on, let me just write this on here. We can go on to the reading of the last public hearing this evening.
Yes, that's relative to the proposed change in the exempt classification plan of the personnel rules and regulations of the city to add administrative assistant to the mayor in place of the current title for that position, executive secretary.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak neither for nor against? Seeing none, Council Waterman, do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
I do not.
That public hearing is also closed. Okay. Go back a couple pages. We'll go on to the reading of the mayor's communication.
January.
Just 1 second, Steve, unless anyone disagrees, I think we'll just assign them by number due to the time. Any disagreement? Okay, so I'll just go through them, but what is just to assign the committees. So dated January 2021, item number 1 is an FYI. Item number 2 is Public Works Committee. Item number 3 is Budget and Appropriations. Item 4 is City Property and Claims. Item 5, Transportation and Traffic. Item 6, Public Safety. Item 7, Budget and Appropriation. Item 8, Budget and Appropriation. Item 9, Budget and Appropriation. Item 10, Budget and Appropriation. And item 11, City Property and Claims. Any questions on the assignments from the mayor's communication? Seeing none, we can move on to the other communications, and I believe there are 3 of them. Hold on 1 second. Steve, just let me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, we have 3 others. The first one is a Hawkers and Peddlers license application from Kenneth Blair of Padlock Lane, Attleboro for pizza sales.
License committee, please.
We have an application for license for flammable combustible liquids, flammable gases and solids for BJ's Gas Station at 463 Washington Street, 643 Washington Street, and 0 Summit Street. Application from BJ's Wholesale Club.
License committee, please, and Councilor Dolan, would you like to have a public hearing on February 18th for that matter?
Is the Hawkers and Peddlers new?
No, this is the application for flammables.
No, don't we have to have a public hearing for the previous one too?
No, it's a renewal.
Oh, it's a renewal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought it was new, I'm sorry. Yes, please, 218.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We'll have a public hearing on that matter on February 18th.
And the last one is a letter regarding rent control board from Deb Kelly of Attleboro.
Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters Committee, please.
It's actually Delilah Kelly. It looks
yeah.
like her writing, but it's Dell.
Thank you.
I just want to make a note, number 9 is an emergency measure. So we will be voting on that later this
Yes, we
evening.
will.
Okay.
Yep, and
Okay.
I know that Councilor Delicios, I believe, spoke to the mayor or the administration about this, and we got an email about it, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So, we will start with committee reports, and we'll start with Councilor Blair.
Public safety emergency management has no business to bring forward this evening. We would like a committee meeting if available.
Thank you. Councilor DeSimone.
Mr. President, traffic and, transportation and traffic has no business to report. We'd like a meeting at the next available time, please.
Thank you. Councilor Conti.
Mr. President, Capital Improvement City Development has no business for the council this evening. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Councilor Waterman.
Reporting from the Personnel and Human Services Committee from the docket of January 7th, 2020. I move to oppose the mayor's action of removal of Joseph Caponegro as chair of the Traffic Study Commission as stated in section 3-4, removal of officials of the city charter.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any questions or comments?
Mr. President.
First to the chair of the committee.
I believe we have gone through everything.
Thank you. Council Conti.
Mr. President, the elephant in the room on this issue is politics. When I first was elected city councilor, I went to my corporate attorney and I asked, what's the difference between an appointed official and an elected official? And the attorney explained to me that elected officials, elected by the public as we are, were responsible to the public, and that appointed officials were responsible to the appointing body. And I think John Davis put it very succinctly tonight when he said, the charter is the ground rules that protect us against us. And that charter is certainly due for review at 22 years. And when I look back at the Judy Robbins term and the Kevin Dumas term and the current term, and I look back before Judy Robbins to Kai Shang and Jerry King, and then when I look, of course, in Taunton, where we have a new mayor and 14 new positions, employee positions, just like that. We have to obey the charter. The charter is what makes this city strong. It's what keeps civilization bound together in spite of politics. And because the charter does not provide any provision for this motion to come forward, I have to file a charter objection.
There is no further discussion on this matter. We will take it up in no sooner than 7 days. Sorry. Write notes so that we know what to do. So Virginia will know what to do tomorrow. Any other business, Mr. Waterman?
No, we are finished, so the committee will meet at the next appropriate time.
Thank you, Vice President Jackson.
Thank you. Reporting for the Public Works Committee, I have no business this evening, but would like to call for a meeting at the appropriate time next week.
Thank you. Mr. Delicia.
Thank you, President Cooper. Reporting for Budget and Appropriations from the docket of February 4th, 2020, I move to adopt the following emergency preamble. That the Attleboro Municipal Council vote to take action as provided in the City Charter, Section 2-9B, regarding the emergency which presently exists relative to the request of the mayor to appropriate $80,000 from account 1000-359-000 undesignated fund balance free cash general government to account 151-01000-576020 health legal settlement. One sec. Due to time constraints involved, the nature of the emergency makes it necessary to take action without waiting the prescribed time as in provided in the city charter.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order.
Thank you. First of all, I do want to thank the administration for sending down information. We'd asked last term repeatedly that when we have an emergency measure, so this helps us to be able to have an understanding of what exactly it is we're voting on. I know we all received the memo from Alan Perry sent down, but essentially this is to avoid a lengthy litigation with Waste Management, as the city and Waste Management went back and forth on what the the fee per tonnage for recyclables and disposals are. So this is just the emergency preamble, but my comments there stand for my comments on the next motion as well.
Thank you. Any questions, Council Conti?
So there's an article in the Boston Sunday Globe, did you catch it, about the cost of recycling in local communities? Attleboro is in a very good position, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, this is just on the emergency preamble.
A roll call vote is required, and I think begins with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Mr. Delicio?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of February 4th, 2020, I move to approve the request of the mayor in accordance with Article 2, Section 2-9B of the Attleboro Charter, an emergency measure to appropriate $80,000 from account undesignated fund balance free cash general government to account health legal settlement.
Second.
Thank you, motion is in order. Any additional comments, Council?
None, sir.
Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Council Blair.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Delicio?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of December 17th, 2020, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $95,462.68 from account undesignated fund balance free cash general government to the following, which I would like to waive the reading as we read it earlier this evening.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
No, sir, we discussed it earlier this evening.
Thank you. Any additional questions from the council? Seeing none, a roll call vote is required, and we'll begin with Council Holmes.
Ms. Holmes?
Yes.
Ms. Reynolds?
Yes.
Ms. Dolan?
Yes.
Mr. Cobus?
Yes.
Mr. Delicio?
Yes.
Vice President Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Waterman?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Ms. DeSimone?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
President Cooper?
Yes.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, and that is all the business for budget and appropriations. We'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Perfect. Thank you. Council Cobus.
Zoning and land use doesn't have any business tonight, and call for committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Council Dolan.
Reporting for License Committee, I have one motion this evening from the docket of January 21st, 2020. I move to approve the Class 2 license for 97 Emery Street LLC with 5 customer parking spaces and 12 display spaces.
Second.
Thank you. Motion's in order. Any additional comments?
Yes, this is, the new business. They were going to change their name and they decided not to. They were in compliance, and then they had moved cars from their South Attleboro location over to our location, and they're gone now. So they're in compliance, and I have no problem voting. So, and they're going to amend their license because they have a big lot, so they have plenty of room for more cars. I don't know why it's for 12, but they will be amending it at some other point.
Great. Any additional comments? Council Conti.
They do have a lot of room in that lot.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know why it's only for 12.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, yeah, they do have plenty of room over there.
Excuse me, Laura, I think that original license was 12 when the previous owner had it.
You
And
think
he
it was
used-
12 for previous?
Yes,
He
it
used
was.
a
That was,
lot
that
of
was
that
La-
property.
Lafayette. That was Lafayette.
At that time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and they have room, and I suggested if she wants more cars,
Come before us.
come before us and amend her license.
Great. Thank you. Any additional Council Cobus?
I'd just like to generally commend Counselor Dolan for the work she does on the licensing committee. Thank you.
Thanks, Chad.
Agreed. Absolutely. Thank you. Any additional comments? Seeing none, a voice vote is required. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
That's all the business I have for license committee. I'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time, please.
Great. Councilor Reynolds.
Thank you, President Cooper. City Property and Claims has no business this evening, but I would like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Great. Thank you. Council Holmes.
Ordinance Election Legislative Matter Committee has no business this evening, but we'll call for, we'll have a meeting at the next appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. There is no old business. There are 2 items of new business, and for the first, I'll recognize Councilor Delicio.
Thank you. Like to refer to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation to add the word veterans to the title of Committee for Personnel and Human Services, co-sponsored by Councilor DeSimone and Councilor Cobus.
Second.
Thank you. Motion is in order. Any additional comments?
Yeah, this is something that I know you and I have discussed in the past. I've had conversations with former President Cook, the last 2 veterans agents, and this is something that's relatively common even at state and even federal levels, to have veteran services bundled with personnel and human services. We have a very active veterans group here in the city, and I think this is a way to give them a little bit of respect in terms of the stuff they do for the city.
Great. Any additional comments?
I just want to say I think it is an excellent idea.
Any additional comments? Seeing none, we'll refer that matter to, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. That will be referred to Personnel and Human Services Committee. And the next, I need to give up the check.
Thank you. We have one other item of new business, and I'm going to refer to President Cooper, please.
Thank you. This is to refer to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation to address speeding issues on Rocklawn Avenue, including additional lighting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. President Cooper?
Thank you. So this has come as a result of several conversations with myself and the mayor. You're all familiar with the intersection of West and Rocklawn. In particular, there's one house at the end of Rocklawn where they removed the utility removed the trees that were in front of the house there.
No house.
No, that's on the opposite corner. So come down Rocklawn from North Attleboro, from Linden, right in front of you, at the stop sign.
I know that house.
Yep, those trees that were there next to Martha were removed. This is to really talk more about what can we do for traffic calming in that area, including lighting, but speeding, signage, and send it to a committee to really look into that. I know you've talked to the individual and several of them in that neighborhood as well, Council Reynolds, and Council Conti as well. Your name was mentioned as well in this. So I wanted to just make sure that we put this before the committee. We've talked little bits and pieces about it, but never formalized a real solution to, if there is a complete solution. I think there's things we can do to make it better, including one of the things, lighting is just obvious as you drive down there. So thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I would just go along with that. I think that they're really looking for it. It's overdue. It's much more busy than it used to be down there, and anything that we can do to alleviate the traffic concerns right there would be great.
Any other comments? I refer that to the Public Safety Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Public Safety, it's yours. I did. We don't have any other business, we don't have any old business, so I'd like to call for adjournment.
Second.
At 10:51, we're adjourned. Everybody, thank you.